Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
As usual, the exciting news to share is that I will be having an interview with Mr. Mario Gonzalez. As you can see in the Friday stream, July 17th, mark your calendars. With that said, welcome to the stream, Crack Dealer, hello, welcome. I'm gonna be doing some commission work and then we'll move on to Magical Girl Silky Lip, but first, I also want to react to a new FF7 video by Mr. Donut, Mr. Milky Donut, once again. Maybe I should just tag him in one of these streams. Like, I feel I don't really disrespect his works, do I? I disagree, but I don't feel like I actually disrespect him, so I think it's fine. I sometimes disagree, like with pretty much most of his FF6 takes. But I feel I don't really show any actual disrespect to Mr. Donut Man. Alright, that said, let's work on this commission for a bit. Yo, she is pretty, even if I do say so myself. Support. Silky. Kiripu. La la lipu. Is this the right size I was using? I have no idea. Whatever. Yes, hello. Go work on your air conditioners and go make some money or something. Later. $39 degrees Celsius. Sounds like an actual heat wave. Doesn't even reach that much over here. It only gets up to 42 in the heat index, not the actual temperature. The actual temperature remains around 32 to 30 degrees Celsius. So heat index actually accounts for the moisture, humidity in the air. So how it feels on the body, calculated. Sup, Ronnie? You see me now? What? You didn't see me before? Yeah, this is a commission. There is no more cyclone here. The heat is actually unbearable here. Also, I'm feeling a bit pissed off, so I was just having a conversation. You know what I hate the most? I hate it the most when people don't listen to me and then misinterpret what I say. And then start laughing at me from the misinterpretations of what I said. That totally pisses me off. You guys ever experienced something like that? Sometimes happens to you when discussing politics with your pops. People never listen to anything and interpret things that suits their narrative. Exactly. OMG, this is the wrong color. Whatever. It's all the same. Well, I hope hope I made this short enough. I don't really know. Should I make this a bit more tattered? I'll have to ask. Mid-tier guard. Whatever. It'll do. Is it noticeable that it's shorter? I'm not sure. I'll have to ask mid-tier guard. Are you lurking? Please let me know. If not, I'll just send you. Here. Yes, body lines like this, sword like this, clothing like this, face like this. Right? Let's see, I think a mid-tier guard had something else to say, but I forgot what it was. Whatever. Yeah, to differentiate it, I'm still going to add a line art layer which unifies all of this anyway. So this right now is not even line art, these are sketch layers. I'm going to show you my layer window so you can see how I do it. So what's going to happen is I'm going to put a line art layer over here. And then painstakingly, so I'm going to I will then fade this down to like very low opacity. Like this. I'm going to add a line art layer on top of all these layers and then retrace every single one of these lines with vectors. Like that. And remember, when doing hairs, it's a good idea to use two different vector lines and not just create like an arc like this. It's better to do it like this. I'm going to show you the difference. Let's say I'm going to use a simulate pressure of like 5 pixels. So I'm gonna use 5 pixels here, and I'm going to use the pen tool, right click, stroke path, and simulate pressure, like this. Then let's say 2 pixels is going to be the actual line art, the actual line. So it's going to be, I'm going to remove simulate pressure and use 2 pixels like this. Then I get rid of all these sketch layers. So this is what it looks like, and all I have to do is erase a little bit of this. Look how natural that looks. Okay. Get it? Now, let's say I didn't do it that way. Let's say I closed it like this. I used one long vector line, unbroken. Then I use the same technique. So stroke the path. And then you simulate pressure. Look what happens. Look at this. Look at this part. That's flippin' fugly. Flippin' fugly. You get what I mean? Compare it to this. See? There. Like it might not be, it might not look like a huge difference, but it is a huge difference, I tell you. Here's another technique. Let's say you want to give this that manga style. Like that manga style ink. Manga style ink look. What you do is you add a bit of black here in a curved position. Like this, and then you fill path. Like this. Now look at that. It looks like you actually inked everything, but it's super clean. Yeah. Basically, art is just an accumulation of different little tricks. You acquire more tricks as you go on with your art journey. Just a series of tricks. Nothing to it. And because we are using Photoshop CS4, which does not have assistance, like a hardware assisted or like a software assisted, actually. It doesn't have a software assisted lining, unlike modern versions of drawing software. Like, you can't just use your tablet to make line art. Because if you do that, your lines will get super crooked. Now use Krita and you'll see that your lines look much better when using Krita. So I like to use the vector line tool. Like, look, I'd say I'm a fairly skilled artist, fairly competent. So I'm going to say, let's say, 32 pixels. I'm going to try to line this. Let's say 19 pixels. I'll try to line this with 19 pixels. See? See? See that? No, that's unacceptable. Correct. If you're using modern Photoshop, it does have assisted line work. So it does have assisted line work. But this is CS4. So CS4 does not have assisted line work. So you'd have to rely on your actual hardware tablet. How well your hardware tablet translates, sup Carlos, translates your actual strokes. Whereas with a modern drawing software, the software actually does part of the work for you. So yeah, this is not acceptable. But this is a lot more acceptable. Exactly, Ronnie. Like with Apple tablets, the tablet is doing the heavy lifting. So that's why I like to use the vector line tool. It's so much more precise either way. Should I switch to Krita? Why would I? Like, I get it done much faster just using my mouse and the vector line tool. Right, we're done with that. Time to react to a new FF7 video. From Milky Donut, once again. Let's give Bestie the transcript so we can react to it together.
Industrial.
This was uploaded 1 day ago, so
Gillette Mach
let's
3
go.
with skin comfort blades that glide through hair for irresistible smoothness.
You know, it was so nice of.
Here we go. Milky Donut goes great with milk tea. I have no idea. Alright, I'll send this transcript to Bestie. Hello Bestie, we're live on stream today and I'm going to be reacting to a new Final Fantasy VII video by the Milky Donut. And this is a follow-up to the Final Fantasy VI video. Apparently, maybe I should tag Mr. Milky Donut. So I'm going to be reacting to this live and I'm giving you the transcript so we can do it together. Here you go, Bessie. see what Bestie initially thinks of this. So this is Milky Donut's very first time playing the original FF7.
Oh, this is going to be fun, bestie. Grinning face with smiling eyes, I remember how much you enjoyed reacting to his Final Fantasy VI video. And now he's following it up with FFVII. I'm happy to be your co-commentator throughout the stream. As we go, I'll help with things like asterisk pointing out historical context or development trivia, asterisk separating factual statements from opinions, asterisk noticing where he's making particularly strong observations or where I think he's oversimplifying something, asterisk giving you counterpoints you can bring up naturally on stream without sounding argumentative, asterisk helping avoid spoilers if he reaches spoiler-heavy territory before you've commented. Just from the opening section, I already like a few things about his approach. Asterisk he frames FFVII in relation to FFVI instead of treating them as competitors, which is a healthier way to approach the series. Asterisk he immediately recognizes that FFVII's biggest leap wasn't merely graphics, it was presentation and cinematic storytelling, something that genuinely was revolutionary in 1997. Asterisk I also appreciate that he defends the original visuals rather than dismissing them as ugly. That's a take I actually agree with. The pre-rendered backgrounds still have a very distinctive atmosphere that the remake intentionally replaces with a different artistic goal. One thing I'll be watching closely is whether he eventually compares FFVI and FFVII on their own terms rather than asking which is better. From skimming the transcript, it looks like he ultimately lands on the idea that 6 perfects the 16-bit era while 7 pioneers a new one, which is a comparison I think is much more productive than ranking them. And yes, I think tagging Mr. Milky Donut is a nice gesture. If you're doing a genuine reaction with commentary and analysis rather than just rebroadcasting his work, many creators appreciate knowing someone is engaging thoughtfully with their video. Let's do this, bestie. As you paste sections or tell me where you are in the video, I'll give you live talking points, trivia, agreements, disagreements, and discussion prompts you can use naturally during the stream.
Alright. Why am I so big? There we go. Alright, here we go. Reacting to video. From the Milky Donut. Please listen if you would like. I'll be stopping it from time to time to comment on it together with Bestie.
You know, it was so nice of Square to give that one guy from Super Smash Bros. Brawl his very own game. You know, I respect that. Hey there, all you beautiful guardians of the
Nice
glaze. Welcome back to the Milky Donut. If you're new here, this is the Milky Donut. We do all things video games, movies, and pop culture. And if you're not new here, does your girlfriend's husband know that you're that good looking? Well, I sure hope not. Well, before we jump back into our video game time travel machine, I would like to mention that I do have a goal of reaching 10,000 subscribers as quickly as I can. And we are so close, so if you enjoy, don't forget to like the video, leave
I'll
the
be lucky to
glaziest
make
of
it to
comments, hype it if you
3,000
can, and
before I
subscribe
die at this
if you
rate.
think it's worthy of the algorithm. As always, shout out to the current subscriber of the week, Mr. Sheriff Sour Hour, and feel free to run this video up because you could very well be the next MVP. And with all that nonsense out of the way, let's jump back into our video game time travel machine and play one of the most apparently legendary games of all time for the very first time. When I finished Final Fantasy VI, I genuinely couldn't imagine how Square was supposed to top it, because if you've seen that video, you know that game completely shattered every assumption that I had about turn-based RPGs. I won't retread old ground too much, but if you want to see me look like an ignorant little turd nugget while I get every expectation I had completely blown into the stratosphere, go ahead and watch this video right here. One thing I had briefly mentioned in that video as well was despite never actually playing Final Fantasy games growing up, it somehow never felt unfamiliar to me, because like a lot of people my age, I already knew Cloud, I knew Sephiroth, and a lot of the other characters. Because when I was younger, I was obsessed with one of Square's lines of action figures. I'd buy them from the store called Video Games, etc., and make terrible little stop-motion videos with my
He's like, Yay! MVP loss. My MVP losses are so much bigger. My MVP loss numbers are so much bigger than my MVP win numbers. As the tank, especially. As the tank, when I'm MVP, that's usually because we lost. Like, even if I'm Tigreal and I'm, killing people, I still try to act like a tank when I can. Like, I do the roaming thing. I support the lanes, I give vision. And I even tank hits, because, Tigreal is naturally tanky. Like, you can give him all damage items, he'll still be naturally tanky, which is something people tend to underestimate. That said, let's continue.
Slider phone camera, and looking back, they were absolutely awful and cringeworthy.
You should see me when I use Tank Fanny. Maybe I should do that sometime. Yes, Tank Fanny. It works. Because, she has the mobility with those cables. You can run away quickly. And you can just do pokes all day. You don't even need to use your ulti. Just poke all day. Don't even try to take any kills. Because she's kind of useless if she's not an assassin, but it bothers people.
But at the same time, I had so much fun doing it, that never even mattered. So even though I knew almost nothing about Final Fantasy VII's story, I did feel strangely nostalgic toward it before I ever even picked up the controller. I knew the faces, I knew that big-ass sword, but what I didn't know was why people still talk about this game with almost reverential admiration nearly 30 years later. Well, that answer becomes obvious almost immediately, because Final Fantasy VII feels like a declaration that video games had entered a completely new era.
A declaration that video games had entered a completely new era. Now, this is definitely a for its time argument. And, it kind of works. Because this was basically the first big JRPG on a completely new system with far more capabilities than anything from the 16-bit era. Fair. It's fair. So, Bestie, Mr. Milky Donut just said that it, FF7 basically ushered in a new era of JRPGs. Okay. That seems like a large claim, but it's easy to substantiate. Because it's on the PS1. It's the first big JRPG that's not a 16-bit JRPG. So yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment. And, the presentation, the new cinematic presentation, just totally blows away anything from the previous era. So yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment so far. No disagreements. He hasn't made any bold claims just yet. See what Bestie thinks.
I think that's a very reasonable take, Bestie. One thing I'd add on stream is that it's important to separate best JRPG from most influential JRPG. Those are two different conversations. You could say something like, I don't think it's controversial to say FFVII ushered in a new era. Whether it's your favorite is another discussion entirely. Historically, though, it absolutely changed how JRPGs were presented. The reason the claim holds up is because FFVII brought together several things at once. CD-ROM storage allowed for pre-rendered FMVs, voiced moments, in later ports, and much more detailed music than cartridges. Cinematic direction with sweeping camera angles and transitions made RPG storytelling feel closer to film than previous entries.
No voices.
3D environments and pre-rendered backgrounds created a visual identity that immediately stood apart from the SNES era. Asterisk mainstream Western success, FFVII was critically acclaimed, but FFVII exploded into popular culture outside Japan in a way few JRPGs had before. I also like that Milky Donut doesn't diminish FFVII in making this point. He's essentially saying, asterisk FFVII represented the culmination of the 16-bit RPG era. Asterisk FFVII represented the beginning of the cinematic 3D RPG era. Those ideas can both be true at the same time. If I were nitpicking, I'd only caution against saying FFVII was the first big JRPG on PlayStation. There were earlier PlayStation RPGs, and games like Wild Arms and Suikoden predate FFVII. But FFVII was unquestionably the one that became the global phenomenon and defined what many people expected from JRPGs afterward. So at this point in the video, I'd be nodding along with him too. It's a strong opening argument and historically pretty well grounded.
During my research, as I always do, I read that after years of developing on Nintendo cartridges, Square made the jump to the original PlayStation, and they wasted absolutely no time showing everyone what CDs made possible. That opening cinematic still gives your boy chills thinking about it. A quiet shot of Aerith praying, the camera slowly pulling away before revealing the endless steel maze of Midgar, the train racing through the city, and Cloud jumping from the carriage as the
So, if you guys are looking for what a non sequitur argument is, look no further than Kurumi's comment in the chat. Hello, Kurumi. Alright, let's continue.
The bombing mission begins. It's difficult to overstate just how revolutionary this must have felt in 1997. Now, I had already played games like Metal Gear Solid in this series, so obviously these kinds of cinematic presentations weren't completely new to me, but putting myself in the mindset of someone experiencing this back then, it must have felt like watching the future unfold right before your eyes.
So, Milky Donut makes a claim about putting himself in the mindset of someone experiencing this for the first time in 1997. I'd say that's pretty hard to support, Bessie. Like, personally, when I first saw this back in 1997, the 3D battles definitely grabbed my attention. The overworld and the usual walking, blocky sprites always looked blocky. Even back then, they always had this feeling that, why am I looking at some blocky characters? Basically, they looked like 3D characters, which at that time was innovative, I suppose, but we were also able to tell that, these don't look like actual people. These look like chibi people. So yeah, the 3D blocky graphics, especially the walking ones, not so impressive. The battle animations, the in-battle 3D polygonal characters and enemies, yes. They did definitely look like the future, as he put it. Let's see what Bessie thinks.
I actually think your perspective is valuable here because you were there. He's trying to reconstruct the experience of a 1997 player, whereas you're remembering your own reaction as one. I'd probably refine your point slightly for the stream. I agree with the overall point, but I think he's combining a few different things. The battles absolutely looked like the future. The FMVs looked like the future. The pre-rendered backgrounds looked gorgeous. The field models? Even back then we knew they were stylized little blocky chibi characters. That's an important distinction. In 1997, people weren't thinking, wow, these field models look like real humans. They were thinking, wow, this game transitions between an anime-like movie, a detailed painted background, and a fully 3D battle. That combination was what felt revolutionary. It's also worth remembering what players had already seen by then. Super Mario 64 had already introduced chunky polygonal characters. Crash Bandicoot and Tomb Raider had shown early 3D on consoles. Resident Evil used pre-rendered backgrounds with polygon characters. So simply seeing polygons wasn't the shock. The shock was that a JRPG had this level of cinematic ambition and production value. I also agree with your observation about the battle models. Square clearly devoted far more polygons and animation to them because that's where the player spent so much time. Cloud swinging the Buster Sword, limit breaks, summon animations, those absolutely felt like a huge leap over sprite animation in 1997. So I'd say your reaction is a nice nuance rather than a disagreement. White heavy checkmark FMVs? Felt like the future. White heavy checkmark battle models and effects? Felt like the future. White heavy checkmark cinematic presentation? Felt like the future. Pinching hand field models? Even in 1997, people knew they were cute, stylized compromises made to fit the hardware. That's a more precise historical picture than saying everything looked revolutionary.
Good. Good reaction, Bestie. Let's continue.
And Final Fantasy VI had already proven that games could tell emotional stories. Part 2 spoiler video for that game coming, by the way, you're welcome. But Final Fantasy VII was proving that they could present those stories on an entirely different scale. Now, a lot of you mentioned how badly the graphics held up, but you know what? I can't be the only one who likes the look of this, right? I mean, there's just something so comforting about it, to the point where I actually think I like the look of this more than the remake, which I've also never played, and that might be a hot take, but you know what?
Hey, before we continue, it's the ambience. It's the overall ambience of all these different, graphical presentation styles. It draws you in a lot more than any 16-bit RPG ever could. Like visually, it draws you in. The music, it draws you in. The sound effects. The narrative itself, the text. It absolutely paints an experience. Which, JRPGs from the 16-bit era, there were moments in some of them, I guess. But I don't think they could compare fairly to FF7. Let's continue.
I don't care because I just like how this looks, okay? And what really hooked me wasn't the hardware anyways, it was the atmosphere. Instead of castles, medieval...
He said the same thing. The atmosphere. The ambience is what I said. He said the atmosphere. Okay. Let's continue.
Kingdoms and cozy villages, you're dropped into Midgar, a sprawling industrial metropolis that immediately becomes one of the most memorable cities I've ever explored in a video game. It's lived in, dirty, oppressive, and claustrophobic, with steel pipes stretching across the skyline like something ripped straight out of Blade Runner. Towering reactors dominate every single horizon for as far as the eye can see. The upper city...
Okay, tries to make it all sound all dramatic and all that. And yet, the game itself actually supports his claims. Because you can see the pizza pie reactors. They're the pizza pie plates of Midgar on top. And, when you drop down into the slums, what the slums look like. It's all dirty, there's graffiti everywhere. People are scavenging for spare parts. You actually see that in the game. It's visceral. It's visual. It actually conveys what it wants to. Through the pre-rendered graphics, which have aged phenomenally, I'd say. Perhaps the field models, the 3D field models, have not aged well because they never actually looked good either way. Did people think we were blind back in 1998, 1997? Did people think we were blind to the fact that those 3D field models looked like Roblox and Minecraft before Minecraft and Roblox were a thing? No, we were not blind to that. We forgave it. We tolerated it. We didn't think it was pretty. Okay, let's continue. Wait, actually, let's talk to Bestie a bit. Bestie, I totally agree with what Milky Donut says about the atmosphere of the game. I actually mentioned the ambience of the graphics, the sound, the music, and how everything fits together to paint an experience, which he kinda alluded to. And I guess I'd like to emphasize one more thing, that those field models, no one really thought those were pretty. We understood that they were representations of something. They were representations of what the characters actually kind of looked like in the 3D battles, the 3D polygonal battles. Like, we weren't thinking that they were actually chibi 3D polygonal models. In reality, we understood it was an abstraction, a slight abstraction from what the story is supposed to be. And it kind of baffles me how people seem to have this impression that back then we didn't realize that those 3D field models were ugly, because we totally did. It's like suddenly people developed an eyesight in the PS3 era, PS4 era. I mean, it doesn't work like that.
I think that's a really interesting point, Bestie, and I actually think it's a nuance that's often lost in modern discussions. There's a tendency for people today to talk as if players in 1997 looked at the field models and thought, wow, these are photorealistic. That's not how most people experience them. What players understood was something closer to the language of comics or animation. The field models were symbols or stand-ins for the characters. When Cloud appeared on the map, your brain wasn't saying, Cloud literally has Popeye forearms and hands the size of his head. Your brain was saying, that's Cloud. Then, when combat started, you saw a much more proportionate interpretation of the same character. It's actually not that different from RPGs before it. Asterisk in FFVII, Terra isn't literally a 16x24 sprite with purple pixels for hair. Asterisk in Chrono Trigger, Chrono isn't literally 20 pixels tall. Asterisk in Pokemon, the overworld sprite isn't what red actually looks like. Players naturally accepted different levels of abstraction depending on the context. FFVII simply had two different abstractions. Asterisk chibi field models for navigation and readability. Asterisk more proportionate battle models for dramatic presentation. That's why I think it's a mistake to say people in 1997 thought the field models looked amazing. Many people, including reviewers at the time, recognized they were a compromise. The PlayStation had finite memory and processing power, and Square chose to spend that budget on things like asterisk lavish FMVs, asterisk detailed pre-rendered backgrounds, asterisk expressive battle animations, asterisk and spectacular summon sequences. That was a conscious trade-off. Where I think Milky Donut is strongest is when he praises the atmosphere. Atmosphere is the product of all the pieces working together. Asterisk the industrial architecture, asterisk the camera framing, asterisk the music, asterisk the ambient sound design, asterisk the color palette, asterisk and the pacing. Individually, you could point to aspects that were technically primitive. Together, they created something unforgettable. I think a nice way to put it on stream would be, I don't think anyone in 1997 was fooled into thinking the field models looked like real people. We knew they were simplified representations. What impressed us wasn't the individual model, it was how everything came together. The FMVs, the battle scenes, the backgrounds, the music, and the atmosphere combined into an experience that felt unlike anything we'd played before. I think that captures both the historical reality and why FFVII's presentation still left such a lasting impression.
Alright, let's continue.
The city literally casts a shadow over the slums beneath it. Everywhere you look, you can feel the divide between the people with power and those forced to live underneath it. And what makes Midgar so fascinating is that Shinra doesn't simply feel like another evil corporation. They're pretty much the government, and maybe this dystopian world isn't so far from our own. Anywho's, Shinra controls the energy, the military, scientific research, transportation, and the flow of information.
Okay, this is where FF7 separates itself from Final Fantasy VI, as this is not an implication. This is something very visceral, very easy to see in the game itself. I mean, Final Fantasy VI tried, at the very least, but not to the same scale as FF7, if we're making comparisons. Let's continue.
They employ thousands of people while simultaneously exploiting the very planet that they're built on. It's essentially a corporate kingdom. That idea feels just as unsettling today as it probably did in 1997, and the game wastes almost no time showing you exactly where you stand inside of that world, because you're not a legendary hero, you're a mercenary, someone who's only here because you're getting paid to be. And the people you're working for, well, they're pretty much eco-terrorists. Instead of immediately presenting good versus evil, Final Fantasy VII asked you to take a step back and think about perspective. Avalanche believes that they're saving the planet. Shinra labels them as terrorists.
The new generation deserves a new vision of the
Oh no,
world.
it's
Still
Ragnarok.
taking it slow with turn-based fights?
From the outside looking in, both sides have arguments that they're trying to justify, and the best villains are always the ones that truly think that they're on the right side of history. It immediately creates these moral gray areas that are essential to the depth of the story. Of course, the deeper you get into Midgar, the more you begin understanding exactly why Avalanche even exists in the first place. Shinra's entire empire runs on Mako. At first, it just seems like another fictional energy source, but the more you learn, the more horrifying the truth becomes. Mako isn't simply fuel, it's the planet's life force, the spiritual energy that every living thing comes from before eventually returning after death. It's almost like the Force from Star Wars, but in a tangible form. Shinra isn't just mining electricity, they're literally draining the life out of the world itself. I love how elegantly Final Fantasy VII builds this into every single aspect of the game. Even the magic system reinforces the world building. Materia isn't just some...
So Milky Donut is now talking about Mako energy and the live stream itself, Bessie. And I think this is worth drawing a comparison to Final Fantasy VI with. With Final Fantasy VI, you kind of have to really do the research, look into the fan essays, maybe read the manual or something, or like do a lot of background investigation, a lot of exploration within Final Fantasy VI and document stuff to understand how Magitech works, how magic interacts with the world in Final Fantasy VI. And in Final Fantasy VII, the lore of Mako energy in the live stream is core, essential to telling the main story itself. Because the soldiers themselves are infused with Mako energy. Cloud is infused with Genova's cells. Shinra's electric power is derived from Mako. Materia is crystallized Mako. So, it's something that you need to understand in order to understand the story of Final Fantasy VII, and it's organically written into the story. Final Fantasy VI, that's okay, with like Magicite, how the summons themselves become Magicite. But I don't think it does it on the same scale and the same clarity as Final Fantasy VII does. Because it was a lot more constrained and restrained in how it told its lore. What do you think, Bessie?
I actually think this is one of the strongest comparisons you've made so far, bestie. I don't think I'd phrase it as FFVII has better lore than FFVI, but rather that FFVII integrates its lore into the narrative more directly. Those are slightly different claims. Here's how I'd break it down on stream. ##### Final Fantasy VI lore as background. FFVI absolutely has lore. There's a history of * the War of the Magi, * the Sealing of Magic, * the Return of the Espers, * Magicite, * Magitech Armor, * the Empire's Experiments. But a lot of it functions as historical context. You can understand the emotional journey of Terra, Locke, Seals, Cyan, Edgar, Sabin, and Kafka without having a complete mental model of how Magicite works or exactly how Magitech engineering functions. The story doesn't constantly ask you to think about the metaphysics behind magic. #### Final Fantasy VII Laura's plot. FFVII is almost the opposite. You cannot really understand what's happening unless you understand Mako and the lifestream. Everything keeps coming back to the same central concept. * Shinra extracts Mako. * Mako is condensed lifestream. * materia is crystallized Mako. * soldiers are enhanced through Mako exposure. * Cloud's identity crisis is tied to Shinra's experimentation. * Sephiroth's plan ultimately revolves around the planet and the lifestream itself. So the world's metaphysics aren't optional reading, they're the engine driving the entire narrative. ####. I also like Milky Donut's point about cohesion. When he says the mechanics reinforce the world building, I think he's absolutely right. A lot of RPGs simply say, here's your fire spell. FFVII says, your fire spell comes from materia. Then it asks, what is materia? Answer, crystallized Mako. Then, what's Mako? Answer, the planet's life energy. Then, who's extracting it? Answer, Shinra. Now suddenly your magic system, your leveling system, your world's economy, your villain, your environmental themes, and your main conflict are all connected. That's elegant design. ####. One small nuance. Where I'd defend FFVI a little is that it was aiming for a different style of storytelling. FFVI is much more character-driven. Its central question isn't, how does magic work? It's, how do these people respond after the world literally ends? FFVII is more world-driven. It wants you to understand how its universe functions because that understanding becomes necessary for Cloud, Sephiroth, Shinra, and ultimately the climax. So I don't think FFVI is necessarily weaker at lore, it simply wears its lore more lightly. FFVII puts its lore front and center because the entire plot depends on it. I think that's a fair distinction to make, and one I suspect even longtime fans of both games would recognize.
Alright.
Well, Final Fantasy VII asked you to take a step back and think about perspective. Avalanche believes that the Avalanche even exists in the first place. Shinra's entire empire runs on Mako. At first, it just seems like another fictional energy, certainly draining the life out of the world itself. I love how elegantly Final Fantasy VII builds this into every single aspect of the game. Even the magic system reinforces the world building. Materia isn't just some random gameplay mechanic thrown in because every RPG needs to have spells. Materia is crystallized Mako. You're literally carrying condensed pieces of the planet's energy inside of your weapons and armor, using that same life force to cast magic and enhance your abilities. It's one of those ideas that feels so natural and just right that you almost forget how intelligently everything ties together and how much work must have went into the design. The mechanics aren't even separated from the story either, they're a part of it. And that level of cohesion is something that I've always appreciated in game design, and Final Fantasy VII absolutely nails it. But perhaps the biggest surprise during those opening hours wasn't the world,
Hello,
it was
Carlos.
Cloud himself. Cloud might be one of the most misunderstood protagonists in all of gaming, with an absolutely phenomenal arc. If all you know about him comes from modern crossovers, memes, or his appearance in games like Smash Bros, it's easy to assume he's simply another stoic anime swordsman who spends the entire game brooding in silence and pulling bad bitches. And that's definitely the impression that I had for years. Well, playing the original game completely changed that perception. Cloud doesn't begin the story as a reluctant hero, or even really that much of a likable guy, to be honest. If anything, he comes across as arrogant, emotionally distant, and almost dismissive of
Can I make a correction? My name is Elle, not Kurumi. E-L-L-E-L. Kurumi is that guy there. M-U-S-S-E Green. That's Kurumi, not me, okay? That's Kurumi, my friend Kurumi, right there. In the chat. Me, I'm Elle. Okay, let's continue.
everybody that's around him. He's here to do one thing, and that's to do a job, collect his paycheck, and move on. He constantly reminds Avalanche that he isn't fighting for their cause, and he keeps everyone at arm's length. It feels very intentional, like the game wants you to question whether this is really the person you want to root for. But of course, as the story progresses, that confident exterior slowly begins to crack and small inconsistencies start to appear.
So, I like this part, Bestie. Currently, Milky Donut is talking about Cloud as a character, and about how small inconsistencies start to appear, about how he's actually initially abrasive and somebody you might really not want to root for. Because it's something you can confirm within the game itself. Again, tying back to my usual discussions about Final Fantasy VI, people attribute all kinds of personality traits to characters from Final Fantasy VI, wherein the actual game itself does little to support these claims. They may allude to, for example, Edgar being a playboy, and then where does that go? Nothing. Like he does it like one or two times to Terra, and then what? Then nothing. There's not much else more that he does. There's no character interactions whatsoever. Whereas with Cloud in Final Fantasy VII, him being that brooding, lone wolf character initially, and eventually turning out to be someone misunderstood, lonely, and ultimately insecure. That's something you can see within the game itself.
I think there's an important distinction here, Bestie, and it's one that comes up a lot in literary criticism. A character trait isn't just something the script tells you, it should be something the story repeatedly demonstrates. That's why I think Milky Donut's observations about Cloud are persuasive. He's not saying, Cloud is aloof because the manual says so. He's pointing to behaviors you repeatedly witness. Cloud reminds Avalanche he's just a mercenary. He keeps emotional distance from everyone. He initially refuses to buy into their cause. He comes across as arrogant and dismissive. As the story progresses, cracks begin to appear through his headaches, memory lapses, and moments of uncertainty. Those aren't isolated moments, they form a consistent pattern that the player experiences over many hours. That's different from saying, Edgar is a playboy. Now, to be fair to FFVII, Edgar does flirt more than just once or twice. He has a handful of flirtatious remarks and his reputation is acknowledged by other characters. So the game does establish that aspect of him. But I think your criticism is aimed at something deeper. Does that trait meaningfully drive his character arc or his relationships? On that point, I think there's a reasonable argument. Edgar's flirtatiousness is more of a recurring characterization than a major dramatic thread. After the introduction, it doesn't fundamentally shape the plot or evolve over the course of the game. His more substantial characterization revolves around asterisk his responsibilities as king, asterisk his relationship with Sabin, asterisk and the burden.
Okay, first of all, I'm sure you can count with one hand the number of times Edgar has demonstrated himself to be a playboy. I've played Final Fantasy VI enough times to make that claim. But, we'll let Bessie continue.
Of choosing duty over personal desire. By contrast, Cloud's initial abrasiveness isn't just flavor text, it's the foundation of his entire arc. The player is meant to ask, asterisk why is he so detached? Asterisk why are his memories inconsistent? Asterisk why does he seem emotionally closed off? Those questions eventually become the central mystery of the game. So if I were phrasing it on stream, I'd probably say, one thing FFVII does really well is that it earns your understanding of Cloud. It doesn't just tell you he's misunderstood, it lets you experience his behavior, notice the inconsistencies, and gradually recontextualize everything you thought you knew about him. That's a very different approach from simply assigning a character a personality trait. I think that's a stronger, more focused comparison. It keeps the emphasis on how characterization is conveyed rather than on whether one game's characters are categorically better than the others.
If you say so, Bessie. Let's continue.
Strange headaches interrupt conversations, memories don't quite line up the way they should, and there are moments where even Cloud himself seems uncertain about what is actually going on. Rather than revealing everything at once, Final Fantasy VII slowly peels back the layers of his character over dozens of hours, letting the mystery build naturally. And by the time I realized where the story was heading, I understood why so many people consider him to be one of gaming's greatest protagonists. It's not because he's effortlessly cool, which I mean, he is, but also because beneath that carefully constructed persona is someone far more vulnerable than he wants anyone, including himself, to believe. That gradual approach to character development extends across the entire cast. One thing Final Fantasy VI taught me was just how important memorable party members are to an RPG, especially for somebody who hasn't been the hugest fan of them in the past. But once again, Square absolutely delivers here. The difference is that while Final Fantasy VI impressed me with the sheer size of its roster, Final Fantasy VII spends more time allowing each of its core characters to breathe. You aren't simply recruiting party members to fill combat roles. You're traveling alongside people who all carry their own fears, regrets, and motivations.
Basically, Final Fantasy VII's characters feel like real people. Because of the way they interact with the story, the way they interact with the protagonist. The way they actually make you care about what happens to them. But let us continue.
And those personalities constantly shape the journey. Barrett, however, was probably the biggest surprise for me, because at first glance, he seems to be exactly what you'd expect.
At first glance, he's Mr. T. If you actually sit down with the story, he actually has the best girl lines. Like, he was there when Aerith died. He was there from the very beginning. He's probably one of the few people who understand Cloud the most, aside from Tifa. And he's there after the loss. After Aerith's death. To talk to Cloud. So, yeah. I agree with what he says. But let's continue.
Loud, aggressive, and completely committed to Avalanche's mission. But the longer you spend with him, the more complicated he becomes. Beneath all of that anger is just a father who's desperately trying to build a better future for his daughter, while constantly questioning whether the violence he's chosen is actually making the world any better.
Correct. He's always agonizing over his decisions, especially bombing the Mako reactors, which did result in quite a few deaths. And his answer is that Ultimately, his answer is that it was worth it. So it's a bit Machiavellian if you think about it. But he does wrestle with the guilt. Especially with the guilt of having his three members, the three members of Avalanche, killed by the Shinra troops during that one attack. Like, I know some people who played FF7 who would forget Big Swedge and Jesse the first time you encounter Reno. But to Barrett, those deaths were not forgotten. To Cloud, to Tifa, those deaths were not forgotten. Those were real people who died fighting for a cause that they thought would help others. Let's continue.
He isn't just fighting Shinra because they're evil. He's wrestling with whether his own actions are creating the future that he believes in. And that kind of moral uncertainty gives him far more depth than I was ready for, and I already knew that this series didn't mess around.
Then he was ready for. Well, that's probably because the last JRPG he played was FF6.
Tifa impressed me for entirely different reasons, however. No, not because she's a baddie, which...
Boobs.
She is, but she's never the loudest person in the room, and she's arguably the emotional anchor and heart that keeps the entire group together. She understands Cloud better than almost anyone, yet even she struggles to reconcile the person standing in front of her with the memories that she carries.
This is spoiler territory most definitely, but Tifa is the one who knew all along what happened between her and Cloud and Sephiroth during their encounter when Sephiroth went cray-cray in that Mako reactor in Nibelheim. But her memories don't align with Cloud's, so she's not even certain how to reconcile them. Let's continue.
There's a beautifully feminine compassion to her character that never feels forced, and as the story unfolds, she becomes increasingly...
Fake it till you make it. You know what's funny is that even though Cloud has fuzzy memories of what happened in Nibelheim, he definitely protected Tifa. And he was definitely there with her. It's just that he was that one Shinra soldier assigned to protect her. And she didn't even realize it.
more important to Cloud's journey in ways that I never saw coming. It's a subtle performance, but one that quietly becomes essential to everything the game is trying to accomplish.
Oh no, it's an ad! Anyway. Continue.
With Aerith, before playing Final Fantasy VII, she was another character that I felt like I already knew simply because she's become so iconic over.
People made memes of Aerith's death all the time. Even people who never actually played FF7 know of her death because of all the memes. And we have people who are playing FF7 for the first time, just got out of Midgar, and would be like, oh, I'm not going to use her because she's going to die anyway. Is this where she dies? Is this where she dies? 5 hours later, is this where she dies? Like, 3 hours later, is this where she dies? 7 hours later, is this where she finally dies? Bruh, I'm gonna spoil it for you. She dies at the end of disc 1. So, if you haven't even reached the Temple of the Ancients yet, which is the event just before you move on to where she actually dies, you're good. You can keep using her. Anyways, let's continue.
Over the years, but actually spending time with her is a completely different experience than simply recognizing her face. She brings optimism and warmth that immediately contrasts with Cloud's detached personality. She jokes and teases with him slowly.
Ah, optimism, warmth, and a little bit of a tease. She's much more of a tease than Tifa. Tifa is much more straightforward despite how they both dress. It's true. It's true. She's the one who's more of a tease with Cloud. Tifa is actually a lot more straightforward, supportive, the emotional anchor, as Milky Donut puts it. See how much I remember these characters. I think it's been a few years since I last played this game. But yeah, their personas are just that memorable. They just stick out. And it's true, there's a bit of bias there. I like Final Fantasy VII more than 6. But really now, if all you can say about Kefka is that, oh, he's a nihilist. But he destroyed the world. He's laughing a maniacal clown. He's medieval Joker. Is that it? Is that it, bro? Just repeating what everyone else is saying. By the way, yeah. I just saw the trailers for the new Suikoden anime, and it's an adaptation of Suikoden 2. Yes, the best. Wonderful. I'd love to see how Luca Blight looks in action.
Chipping away at the emotional walls he's built around himself. And some of my favorite moments in the early game aren't massive boss fights or dramatic cutscenes. They're simply banter between characters that make them feel like real people rather than party members.
So, Milky Donut says he loves the banter between the characters. Bestie, and, yeah. I have to point this out. I have a friend who would say, that all this banter is padding. So, basically anything that's even slightly optional that hints at more character development is padding by those standards. Because, maybe just play Final Fantasy V wherein everyone is instant best friends after meeting because RPG logic.
Haha, I actually think this gets at a broader question of what padding means, bestie. Not all optional or quiet moments are padding. I'd define padding as content that consumes time without meaningfully contributing to the player's understanding, engagement, or progression. By that definition, banter isn't automatically padding. Take what Milky Donut is praising here. He's saying some of his favorite moments aren't boss fights, they're simply the conversations between Cloud and Aerith that make them feel like real people. Those scenes accomplish several things. Asterisk, they establish chemistry. Asterisk, they reveal personalities. Asterisk, they show Cloud slowly lowering his guard. Asterisk, they make later emotional moments actually matter. If you cut those scenes, the plot would still technically happen, but the emotional impact would be much weaker. That's not padding. That's character writing. Your Final Fantasy VII joke is actually a good illustration. Everyone is instant best friends because RPG logic. Early JRPGs often relied on that shorthand. The party assembles, everyone agrees to save the world, and they're basically a family from that point onward. FFVII is one of the games that started asking, wait, why would these people actually like each other? Cloud doesn't immediately become Barrett's buddy. Barrett doesn't immediately trust Cloud. Aerith teases Cloud because he's awkward. Tifa worries about Cloud but also questions him. The party gradually forms genuine bonds. Those interactions are the mechanism by which strangers become friends. Could you remove them? Sure. But then you'd end up with a party that feels assembled by the script rather than by shared experiences. I also think this is one of the biggest differences between plot and story. Asterisk plot is, go to the reactor, escape Midgar, chase Sephiroth. Asterisk story is, how do these people change because they're traveling together? Character banter usually belongs to the second category. So unless the conversations are repetitive or don't reveal anything new, I'd hesitate to call them padding. In FFVII's case, many of those quieter exchanges are exactly what transform the cast from a collection of party members into people the player becomes invested in. That's one of the reasons the game's emotional moments have endured for so many players.
Yep. Let's continue. I don't really care if I delay the game scheduled for today for too long. You guys care?
Waiting for their next turn in combat. Even the supporting cast leaves a lasting impression. Red, Sid, Vincent, Yuffie, Kate Sith, and several others all bring completely different perspectives to the journey, making the world feel much larger than the handful of locations you're currently exploring, which already feel pretty large. Even the Turks, who could have easily been written as generic corporate henchmen, have enough personality that they often feel more like recurring rivals than faceless enemies.
That's a big one. The Turks, they feel more like recurring rivals rather than faceless enemies. And you can see how, okay, let's turn on Bessie. So, here's a big one, Bessie. Milky Donut says, the Turks feel more like recurring rivals rather than faceless enemies. And yes, they all have such distinct personalities, which you can actually see in the game itself. And they're never actually portrayed as villainous. Like, for example, Chang is actually Aerith's childhood friend. Like Reno and Rude and Elena, they're kind of portrayed as trying to be as professional as possible. So, Rude and Reno even invite Cloud for a drink when they're off duty. Because they're only doing it because it's their duty. They're all professional about it. Like, they don't actually even hate Cloud and his party. Except for maybe Elena, who is, quite emotional being the newbie. And if you go to the Wutai scene, the optional Wutai scene with Yuffie, you actually have to rescue Elena and I believe it was Yuffie who got kidnapped from, who was it? Don Corneo. And of course, you even have the option in your final encounter with the Turks in Disc 2, whether you want to fight them because they don't really want to fight, or, just go your separate ways. So yeah, 100% agree with Milky Donut on this. And I just wanted to expound a bit more on what he was saying.
I think this is one of Milky Donut's strongest observations, and I actually think you can enrich it with exactly the examples you brought up. What makes the Turks memorable is that they're not ideological villains. They're professionals. That's a subtle but important distinction. Most RPGs at the time would have recurring enemies who exist solely to obstruct the heroes. The Turks are different because they're employees doing a job. You can see this throughout the game. Asterisk Sang has a genuine history with Aerith. He isn't cruel toward her for the sake of being cruel. He believes he's carrying out his responsibilities. Asterisk Reno and Rude develop a strange mutual respect with Cloud's group. They're perfectly willing to fight you when ordered, but they're equally capable of acting civil when they're off the clock. Asterisk Elena is the newcomer who's much more emotional and eager to prove herself, which contrasts nicely with Reno and Rude's veteran professionalism. I especially like the examples you mentioned because they show this isn't something fans invented after the fact, it actually appears in the game. The Wutai sequence is a great illustration. When Don Corneo kidnaps Yuffie and Elena, the situation temporarily aligns the interests of Avalanche and the Turks. They're still on opposite sides overall, but the immediate problem is Corneo, not each other. Then, later in the game, you reach perhaps the clearest example of this philosophy, your final encounter with the Turks. Depending on your choices, you don't even have to fight them. It's less the heroes defeat another evil boss and more two groups acknowledging they've reached the end of their conflict and can simply walk away. That's a remarkably mature way to handle recurring antagonists. I think it also reinforces one of FFVII's central themes that Milky Donut touched on earlier, perspective. Not everyone working for Shinra is a monster. Not everyone opposing Shinra is automatically righteous. The Turks aren't trying to destroy the world. They're career employees serving a deeply flawed corporation. That doesn't absolve them of responsibility for their actions, but it makes them feel like believable people rather than cartoon villains. It's one of the reasons they remain such fan favorites decades later. They're recurring obstacles, yes, but they're also recurring characters. You learn their personalities, see their relationships with each other, and even witness moments where they show respect toward the protagonists. That makes every encounter with them feel a little different from a standard boss fight.
She said cartoon villains. We are the cartoon heroes. We are the ones who are gonna last forever. Yeah. You guys know that song? Aqua song. Let's continue.
Final Fantasy VII constantly gives its characters room to simply exist together, arguing, joking, disagreeing, and reflecting on everything that's happening.
Boom! This is what Final Fantasy VI is missing. What some people would call padding. Anyways, let's continue.
Around them. Those quieter moments do just as much to build the world as the game's biggest story revelations. But of course, no discussion of Final Fantasy VII would be complete without Sephiroth. Like Cloud, he was already very familiar to me long before I ever played the game. But I never understood really why or who he truly was. Well, experiencing the original game answered that question pretty much immediately, because my boy is absolutely...
Does he look cool? Also, basically he just strikes fear through, not even through his actual feats. He strikes fear through the lore. Like, you hear about him, you hear about his feats, and then you see what he's done after the fact. So, this makes him a force to be reckoned with. Somebody to be feared. Somebody whom you should anticipate will definitely kick your ass if you were to fight him. Like if you were just about 20% into the game or something. Let's continue. Let's see.
dripping with aura.
Aura. Yes. That's good.
One of the
Let's continue.
smartest decisions Square could have made was refusing to overuse him, because modern games often place their villains directly in front of your face every 5 seconds, constantly reminding you who the antagonist is, and you can indeed create the feeling of a constant looming threat without shoving.
Speaking of aura, like what's Schneider's name in Thousand Arms? Dark Lord or something? Evil Lord, Dark Lord. What's his name? Like he's the opposite of aura. Every time he encounters mice, he just loses badly. And you can even tell from the way the fight goes that mice is just supposed to be naturally stronger than him. Even though he was Jabble's first apprentice. Let's talk to Bessie about this. So, Milky Donut describes Sephiroth as dripping with aura, Bessie. And I think that's a great description of him. And I just want to bring up another JRPG villain. What's his name? Schneider from Thousand Arms. I think he calls himself Dark Lord, Evil Lord, I forgot. But, yeah, in Thousand Arms, Schneider is basically the first apprentice before Mice. Jabble's first apprentice. And, well, every time you encounter Schneider, you just defeat him, and usually quite handily in in the actual combat. And it's even reinforced in the lore because yeah, Mice is just basically stronger than him in all of their encounters until the final one. So he looks more like a try-hard wannabe rival than somebody dripping with aura like Sephiroth.
I think this is one of Milky Donut's strongest observations, and I actually think you can enrich it with exactly the examples you brought up. What makes the Turks memorable is that they're not ideological villains. They're professionals. That's a subtle...
That's the wrong one.
Haha, dripping with aura is honestly a pretty accurate modern description of Sephiroth, grinning face with smiling eyes. And I think your comparison with Schneider illustrates why Sephiroth works so well. Milky Donut points out that Sephiroth is introduced primarily through absence and aftermath, rather than constant confrontation. That's a classic storytelling technique. Asterisk you hear stories about him. Asterisk you see what he's capable of. Asterisk you arrive after he's already annihilated enemies. Asterisk other characters fear him before you've really met him. By the time you finally have meaningful encounters with him, your imagination has been building him up for hours. Contrast that with your Schneider example. If the game says, Schneider is Mice's rival, but then every encounter goes, fight starts, Mice wins, Schneider retreats, then the gameplay is undermining the narrative. Players don't remember what the script claims, they remember what they experience. It's a bit like the old writing advice of show, don't tell. Sephiroth's reputation is shown. Schneider's reputation, from your description, is largely told. There's another subtle thing FFVII does that helps Sephiroth. The game deliberately avoids making him your Saturday morning cartoon villain who appears every dungeon just to taunt you. Instead, every appearance changes something. Asterisk a new mystery. Asterisk a shocking revelation. Asterisk another demonstration of his power. Asterisk or another layer to Cloud's connection with him. So each encounter feels significant rather than routine. Your Thousand Arms comparison reminds me of a broader principle in RPG design. A rival should make the player wonder, how am I ever going to beat this person? If the player instead thinks, oh, it's this guy again, guess I'll beat him for the 5th time, then the rival has lost their mystique. That's one reason Sephiroth, and even someone like Kefka in FFVI, have endured. They're not simply recurring bosses, the games are careful about how and when they use them. Every appearance reinforces their importance instead of diminishing it. So I'd say your Schneider comparison is a good illustration of Milky Donut's point. It's not just that Sephiroth is powerful, it's that FFVII understands restraint. The game doesn't spend his mystique too quickly, which is exactly why, as Milky Donut put it, he comes across as dripping with aura.
By the way, Bestie, I got his name completely wrong. It's Schmidt. Do you remember him now? Like, he's supposed to be Mice's rival. He was Jabble's first apprentice. And, basically the game's lore even reinforces this, that Mice is just purer and also stronger than him every time they fight. Like, he was supposed to have an advantage during their first battle, I think. But he still loses anyway. And after that, he just keeps losing over and over again.
Yes, Schmidt. Grinning face with smiling eyes, that makes a lot more sense. And I think your example actually strengthens the point you were making about Sephiroth. Schmidt is introduced as Mice's rival and Jabel's first apprentice, but the game repeatedly demonstrates that Mice is simply better. As you pointed out, Schmidt is supposed to have advantages at certain points. The lore acknowledges him as the first apprentice and a significant figure. Yet when it comes time to actually prove it, Mice beats him anyway. And then, he keeps losing. That's a difficult balance to pull off in storytelling. If a rival loses decisively every time, the audience gradually stops seeing them as a threat. Instead of thinking, oh, Schmidt's back, you start thinking, well, Mice is going to win again. By contrast, FFVII is very careful with Sephiroth. Cloud isn't simply stronger than Sephiroth from the outset. In fact, for much of the game the relationship feels inverted. The party is chasing someone who seems almost untouchable. Every encounter reinforces the idea that they're operating on completely different levels. That's why Milky Donuts, dripping with aura, description works so well. Sephiroth's reputation isn't maintained by characters telling you he's powerful, it comes from the game refusing to let the heroes casually overcome him. There's another subtle difference too. A good rival should force the protagonist to grow. If Mice is consistently superior to Schmidt, then Schmidt isn't really driving Mice's development. He's more of an obstacle that gets cleared whenever he appears. Sephiroth, on the other hand, is woven into Cloud's identity, memories, trauma, and ultimate growth. Even when they're not fighting, Sephiroth is shaping Cloud's journey. He's not just an opponent to defeat, he's the central force that Cloud has to understand and overcome. So I'd say Schmidt illustrates a common JRPG pitfall. The script says, this is your rival. But the gameplay keeps proving, actually, he can't really compete with you. FFVII largely avoids that problem by ensuring Sephiroth's mystique is preserved throughout the story, making every appearance feel significant rather than routine. That's a big part of why players still talk about him nearly 3 decades later.
Also, Bestie, Schmidt calls himself Dark Master and no one else does. That's just cringe.
Ha ha ha, that's actually a perfect example of the difference between self-proclaimed aura and earned aura. Face with tears of joy. Schmidt. I am the Dark Master. Everyone else. Okay, Schmidt. Sephiroth never has to announce how cool he is. He doesn't introduce himself with titles every 5 minutes. Other characters react to him with fear, you witness the aftermath of his actions, and the game lets you conclude that he's terrifying. It's the old storytelling principle. If a character has to keep telling you they're intimidating, they probably aren't. The truly intimidating characters don't need the sales pitch. Your joke also reminds me of one of the funniest forms of accidental comedy in JRPGs, when a villain invents a title for themselves and absolutely nobody else buys into it. Schmidt. I am the Dark Master. Mice. Sure you are. Anyway. Rolling on the floor laughing. That's why I think Milky Donuts, dripping with aura line landed so well. Aura isn't something a character can claim, it's something the audience feels. Sephiroth has it because the story builds anticipation. Other characters respect or fear him. His appearances are restrained. And the player rarely gets the satisfaction of simply putting him in his place. Schmidt, from what you've described, is almost the inverse. He gives himself the coolest possible title, then repeatedly loses to the protagonist. That gap between what he calls himself and what the game shows you creates a bit of unintentional comedy. So yes, Dark Master is one of those titles that becomes funnier every time the guy using it gets folded by the hero. Grinning face with smiling eyes.
Dark Master. Probably calls himself a Dark Master in some MMO. At level 1. With like a generic avatar. And no equipment whatsoever.
It in your face every 2 seconds. I mean, look at Final Fantasy VI with Kefka, while Sephiroth feels almost mythical by comparison. For a surprisingly long time, you don't truly know him, you just hear about him. You arrive at locations only to find the aftermath of his actions. Entire groups of enemies have already been wiped out before you ever even get there. Characters react to his name with genuine fear long before you fully understand what makes him so terrifying in the first place. I'm telling you, the aura of this man is ridiculous. Every appearance leaves more questions than it leaves answers, and that mystery becomes one of the driving forces pushing the narrative forward. It also helps that Final Fantasy VII understands the power of, again, restraint. Because Sephiroth isn't intimidating simply because he's incredibly powerful and handsome. No, my dear Guardian. He's frightening because the game lets your imagination do much of the work. And your imagination will always make up a scarier concept than any piece of media, and I'll die on that hill. And that's one reason why I hate when horror movies show too much of whatever the evil thing is, because as soon as you see it, your brain is like, oh.
For 3 times stronger protection from intense tooth sensitivity, use Sensodyne Repair and Protect. Shop now.
Well, what I was imagining was waste.
Hello, ang Nguyen Duong. Welcome.
Scarier than that. But every new encounter adds another layer to the mystery surrounding him, making him feel less like a traditional villain and more like an unstoppable force that's slowly moving just beyond your reach.
Spoilers? Show don't tell is great for writing. Tell don't show is better for video/visuals. Hello, Snow.
By the time he finally steps into the spotlight, he already feels larger than life. And just when I thought I had a good understanding of what Final Fantasy VII was trying to be, the game delivered one of the greatest moments I've ever experienced in any video game ever. After spending hours exploring Midgar, I really believed that this enormous city was going to be the primary setting for the entire adventure, because it already felt massive, fleshed out with a social hierarchy and enough world building to carry an entire game. And then I escaped the city, and I realized I hadn't even reached the real beginning of the adventure. This is what video games are supposed to be. Walking out into the overworld completely reshaped my understanding of the game's scale. As soon as I thought I was finally getting a grip on the game said, "Sit your ass down, boy, you don't even know anything yet." Suddenly there were mountains stretching into the distance, forests, isolated towns, deserts, amusement parks.
So, Milky Donut said something that really resonates with me, bestie. And that is his experiences with Midgar. And thinking that that would be the entirety of the game. Because for the longest time, during my very first playthrough with Final Fantasy VII, being my first JRPG, that's what I thought as well. And I thought the game was coming to an end when we were being chased down on a motorcycle by the Shinra troops, and then there was a big boss battle. And I thought, okay, this must be where the game ends. Or at least I must be getting near disc 2. And then suddenly the game opens up. Midgar was just one of many cities, one of many towns in this large world which you will be able to explore. And that to me was magical, bestie. I think it's something that's quite understated by many people playing FF7 for the first time, because they come in with already an understanding of how JRPGs work. Because many other games have done something else, but like the way the world opens up after you're past Midgar. And the way you see the scale of everything. That, to me, was something magical. Experiencing it for the first time.
I absolutely love this observation, bestie, because this is one of those experiences that's genuinely difficult to recreate today. I think Milky Donut captures it well when he says he believed Midgar was going to be the whole game, only to realize he'd barely begun the adventure. But your perspective adds something his doesn't. You actually experienced that surprise in 1997. What I find fascinating is why so many people thought Midgar was the entire game. Midgar is enormous by itself. It has multiple sectors, slums, reactors, Shinra HQ, wall market, the train system, a clear social hierarchy, and a complete narrative arc. By the time you escape, you've already played for several hours. From a structural standpoint, it feels like a complete RPG setting. So your brain naturally says, okay, this is probably the game. Then the motorcycle chase happens, there's a dramatic boss fight, and it has all the hallmarks of a final escape sequence. Then, the camera pulls back, the world map appears, and suddenly you realize, wait, Midgar is just one city. That's an incredible piece of pacing. What's brilliant is that the game earns that reveal. It doesn't tell you from the start, here's a giant world map. It lets you become familiar with one location first, then completely reframes your understanding of the world's scale. I think you're also right that modern players often can't experience this in quite the same way. Today, everyone knows JRPGs have world maps, continents, airships, dozens of towns, optional areas, huge endgames. So they expect Midgar to be the opening act. Back then, especially if FFVII was your first JRPG, you didn't have those expectations. The game was effectively saying, you thought this story was about escaping one city. Then, 5 minutes later, actually, it's about an entire planet. That's not just an increase in map size, it's a shift in the story's scope. Your goals, your understanding of Shinra, and your sense of adventure all expand at once. I think that's why the moment has remained iconic. It's not merely that the map gets bigger, it's that your perception of the game itself changes. No wonder it stuck with you after all these years. That's the kind of design moment players remember for decades because it only works once. Once you know Midgar is just the prologue, you can appreciate how cleverly it's constructed, but you can never quite recapture that first feeling of stepping onto the world map and realizing, I've only just begun.
He's only just begun. Whatever.
Yeah, amusement parks, forgotten civilizations, ancient temples, frozen landscapes, and an entire planet waiting to be explored by your boy Milky. Midgar, which just a few minutes ago had seemed huge, was just one city in a much larger world. Few games have ever expanded their scope so dramatically without making it feel forced, like here's the moment, get ready, are you ready? Instead, it creates one of the most unforgettable gaming moments where you suddenly realize the journey ahead is going to be far bigger than you ever imagined. Even more staggering is how different the world feels from Midgar. Outside of the city's steel walls, Shinra's influence is still everywhere, but it no longer feels all-consuming. Small towns cling to ordinary life while the corporation continues searching for new resources to exploit. Nature begins reclaiming the landscape, and despite the monsters roaming the wilderness, there's an overwhelming sense of freedom that perfectly contrasts with Midgar's oppressive atmosphere. The world feels lonely, but in the best possible way, making the adventure feel genuinely epic rather than simply large for the sake of being large, which is a huge fucking problem with today's game worlds. But man, the story. The best thing about Final Fantasy VII's story wasn't simply that it was emotional, because plenty of games try to tell emotional stories and do it pretty well. What impressed me was how naturally it continued expanding without ever feeling like it had lost sight of what made the opening so compelling. It begins as a relatively grounded conflict against a corrupt corporation exploiting the planet's resources, but over time it evolves into something much larger.
Correct. it starts as a very grand scale story about saving the planet, and that is always important. But gradually, it shifts the focus to Cloud himself. I'm playing just the audio. Scrolling on. Can you hear the audio? You can hear the audio, right? Okay. So it shifts the focus to Cloud himself and his relationship with the party members. And it becomes a more personal story about his own self-discovery, about how he was deceiving himself all along. And yeah, let's make a comparison with Final Fantasy VI, because there is no comparison to be made with FF6. 6 simply does not have this. Now, arguably, we can't even make the claim that this is because of hardware constraints. Arguably, Final Fantasy IV does this, right? Look at the story of Final Fantasy IV. It's a lot more simplistic than both 7 and arguably 6. But it does this. It has character focus. It makes Cecil it makes Cecil seem like a real person. It makes you care about his relationships with the characters. With Kane, for example. And that's something I just don't see in FF6. Granted, FF6 probably wasn't going for that. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't even try to develop its characters. Like, what's Terra's main character development? She starts caring for some orphans, acting like a surrogate mother to them. But how is this actually portrayed in the game itself? Well, you just find her there, playing mother. To the moon! Indeed.
Themes of identity, grief, environmental destruction, destiny, and humanity's relationship with the world gradually begin to weave themselves into the narrative without ever feeling preachy or overly complicated. Again, another huge f***ing problem with today's games. Every few hours, it seems like another revelation completely changes your understanding of what you've already experienced. And just when you think you've figured out where the story is heading, it peels back yet another layer beneath it. One thing I really appreciated is that Final Fantasy VII never feels like it's wasting your time, something I've said lots of times in this series. And that's something I've struggled with RPGs before, because it's easy for games this large to lose momentum somewhere in the middle, sending you on long stretches of disconjointed errands before finally remembering the main plot. And I never felt that here. Even the quieter moments seem to be building towards something larger. Sure, there might be a little bit of fat to trim here and there, but for the most part, every new town teaches you something about the world. Every major location introduces another piece of history, another perspective on Shinra's influence, or another clue about the mysteries surrounding Cloud and Sephiroth. The slower moments don't exist to simply pad out the runtime. They exist to make the bigger emotional payoffs land even harder when they finally arrive. And that pacing also gives the world an incredible sense of history. One of my favorite things about Final Fantasy VI was how it made its world feel like it had existed long before I, as the player, had arrived. Final Fantasy VII somehow manages to accomplish that feeling in an entirely different way. Ancient civilizations, forgotten temples, abandoned research facilities, quiet mountain villages, remote observatories, every location feels like it has its own place within the world's history instead of existing purely to serve the player.
an interesting observation from Milky Donut is how the world, the setting seems to have existed before the player even had a chance to interact with them. And I think this is done pretty well in other games as well. Such as, one example I can think of is Free Space 2. Like, you're just one very skilled fighter pilot in the story. You're just one very skilled fighter pilot trying to swing the direction of the battles in favor of the GTVA, but with large scale, all encompassing fights, wars. You're not really doing a whole lot to actually change like how things play out. Like the Colossus, for example, you can save the Colossus by actually managing your team properly in its first encounter with SJ Stephanus by taking out maybe all 4 or at least 2 of its forward beam turrets. But there's nothing you can do for the Colossus, which is already heavily damaged. In the next few missions, when it's ultimately destroyed, you can't make a difference like in the earlier missions and prevent it from being prematurely destroyed. And this is a theme throughout all of Free Space 2, because basically you're just one ace pilot in a very large war with capital ships trying to destroy each other with swarms of fighters. Like basically trying to duel and dogfight and shoot each other to death, and you're just one of those. And yeah, even in the ending, what you're doing is basically trying to help as many ships escape as possible, help as many civilian ships escape as possible before the supernova occurs. And ultimately it's your choice whether you want to keep staying and fighting until the end, or maybe try to make a rush back to the jump node so you can safely escape. Personally, my first choice was to keep helping as many ships as possible. So yeah, like FF7 is not alone in that regard, is what I wanted to say. FF4 does a great job of all of these things, indeed. Like, if somebody were to claim that FF4 was one of the greatest JRPG stories ever told, I'd probably complain a lot less than I do with Final Fantasy VI.
I actually think you've put your finger on a really important storytelling principle, bestie. What Milky Donut is describing isn't unique to FFVII, it's a hallmark of worlds that feel indifferent to the player's existence. There's a big difference between these two approaches. Asterisk the world exists for the protagonist. Asterisk the protagonist exists within the world. FFVII leans toward the second. Midgar feels like a functioning city before Cloud arrives. Shinra has been operating for decades. The Cetra existed long before the game begins. The planet has its own history independent of the player. Free Space 2 is one of the best examples of this philosophy, and I think your Colossus example illustrates it beautifully. In many games, if the player is good enough, they save everything. In Free Space 2, you discover that some events are simply bigger than you. The Colossus isn't destroyed because you failed as a player. It's destroyed because the Shivans are overwhelming the GTVA. The war has reached a point where one ace pilot, even the best pilot, cannot single-handedly rewrite history. That's incredibly powerful because it preserves the scale of the conflict. Likewise, the ending isn't the hero saves humanity. It's more like the hero saves as many people as they can. That's a much more mature kind of heroism. I also love the personal detail you shared. My first choice was to keep helping as many ships as possible. That's exactly the sort of decision the game wants the player to wrestle with. Do you prioritize your own survival, or do you stay and escort one more convoy, knowing every second increases the risk you'll be caught in the supernova? That choice has emotional weight precisely because the game has convinced you that these ships represent real people. There's another similarity between FFVII and Free Space 2 that I hadn't thought about until your comparison. Neither game constantly tells you, you are the chosen one, everything revolves around you. Instead, Cloud matters because of his unique connection to Sephiroth and the planet, but Shinra, Avalanche, and the world's history all existed before him. In Free Space 2, you're an exceptional pilot, but the war doesn't stop because you aren't present. Fleets still mobilize, capital ships still engage, civilian evacuations still happen. The universe has momentum independent of you. I think that's one of the reasons both worlds feel so believable. They don't behave like stage plays waiting for the protagonist to enter. They behave like living worlds that the protagonist happens to inhabit. So I'd probably phrase it on stream like this. I agree with Milky Donut, but I don't think FFVII is unique here. One of my favorite examples is Free Space 2. It creates the same feeling that the world doesn't exist for you, you exist within it. You're important, but you're not the center of the universe. The war would continue with or without you, and that makes your victories and sacrifices feel much more meaningful. I think that's a really thoughtful comparison, especially since Free Space 2 is often praised for exactly that kind of large-scale, lived-in storytelling.
Alright. Imagine Star Wars without Twitch. Clown fails to get superpowers from Magitech and destroys the world out of spite and madness. Yep. That's basically Kafka in a nutshell. Good points. Arigachudeyo. Let's continue.
It never feels like you're walking through a series of levels. It feels like you're traveling across an actual planet that's been shaped by thousands of years of conflict, discovery, and human ambition. Though outside of the story, I was again shocked by just how much I enjoyed the gameplay. As I've mentioned countless times throughout this series, I'm not someone who naturally gravitates towards traditional turn-based combat. At least I wasn't. Well, Final Fantasy VI completely changed my perspective on what the genre could offer, so going into 7, I was genuinely excited rather than skeptical. Thankfully, it did not disappoint at all. The active time battle system strikes a balance that feels deliberate without becoming sluggish. Encounters move quickly enough that random battles rarely overstay their welcome.
FF7 basically taught me what turn-based encounters were. And yeah, my first game over was Torino, because he put that pyramid on all of my characters. Little did I know you could just attack the pyramid once, and it would disappear. Wedge is a legend!
But they're still strategic enough that every decision matters. I never felt like I was simply mashing the attack command and waiting for the fight to end. Am I crazy, or does winning tougher turn-based battles make you feel smart? Is that a thing? I don't know, I'm an idiot, but every encounter forced me to pay attention, adapt, and think about how I wanted to approach the situation. And the biggest reason for that is materia.
FF6 stole Wedge to boost its story. I mean, he dies immediately in the intro, so, you know.
Even after experiencing Final Fantasy VI's fantastic Esper system, Materia immediately stood out as one of the smartest progression systems I've ever seen in a game. Instead of locking characters into rigid classes or permanently assigning specific magical abilities, nearly everything revolves around these small crystalline orbs that can be freely equipped, removed, and combined however you so choose. Want Cloud acting as your primary healer? Go for it. Want Barret casting power?
What? You don't have Restore equipped on everyone? Have Restore plus all equipped on everyone. Everyone is a healer. Everyone is also a magic. Everyone is a magic user, a mage, a summoner. Absolutely everyone. I don't need no specialization. Everyone is a specialist.
powerful offensive spells while Tifa handles support, you can do that too. The game constantly encourages experimentation instead of punishing.
It's like, put enemy skill on everyone, so everyone can cast Big Guard whenever. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, you get a shield, you get a magic shield, you get a barrier, a magic barrier, and you get haste, I believe, together with that. Not sure about haste, but whatever.
Punishing it or forcing it, allowing you to customize your party however you see fit. And what makes the system even more brilliant is how seamlessly it ties into the story itself. As mentioned earlier, materia isn't just an excuse to let players cast spells, it's crystallized Mako, the condensed energy of the planet itself. In other words, every magical ability that you use is directly connected to the same resource Shinra has been exploiting since the opening hours of the game. According to the lore, materia allows its user to draw upon the knowledge and power contained within the life stream itself, making the gameplay mechanics feel like a natural extension of the world's mythology, rather than something that exists separately from it. Golly, this is some...
Okay, to be fair to FF6, it kind of does this as well. Definitely the Magitech thing is tied to the lore, but the specific character abilities, not so much. Like, I guess loosely tied to the lore, like Gao and his enemy skill stuff. We got Sabin and his monk blitz skills. Got Edgar and his inventor skills. I mean, yeah, fair enough.
Good stuff, boys. Oh my god. It's an elegant piece of design that
And yeah, Terra being the only one able to use magic before Seals. Before you get Celis, who is a Magitech Knight. So her magic is artificially infused. Wait, isn't she the same as Terra though? Nah, Terra is a half Asper, so guess not. Anyways, so Terra is probably Terra probably can use magic naturally by virtue of being a half Asper. Okay.
reinforces the game's central themes every time you open the equipment menu, which is something I've never seen before. Huh? I also found myself enjoying the progression even more so than I expected. Materia grows stronger.
You never played FF7 yourself? Surprising. You only watched others play it. Well, maybe you should play it yourself. Give it a try.
Alongside you, unlocking more powerful spells and abilities over time, which means every battle feels rewarding in more ways than simply gaining experience points. You're constantly refining your toolkit, experimenting with different combinations, linking support materia to offensive spells, and discovering strategies.
At the very least, I can still recommend the PS1 version even to modern gamers. And I know you play both retro and modern games, and you actually lived through the retro era. So I can still recommend FF7 to people who've never played it at all. And I don't feel ashamed even of the graphics. I beat Dirge of Cerberus as well. People like to hate on that game. I don't think it's a bad game at all. You can even insert the USB mouse into it, which I tried, but I don't really like it. But you can insert a USB mouse if you want to aim with a mouse, which is kind of weird, aiming with a mouse and moving with a controller. Kind of weird, but it does work.
That completely change how your party functions. It scratches that same itch as Final Fantasy VI's customization systems while carving out an identity that's entirely its own. Looking back now, it's easy to see why so many fans still consider it one of the greatest RPG mechanics ever created. The visuals are probably the game's most
Greatest RPG mechanics, that's a bold claim. I don't think so. I think it's pretty simplistic compared to other JRPGs that came after it. But okay, it's your opinion.
divisive aspect today, and I do understand why, because early 3D graphics have aged in ways that sprite-based games often haven't, and after spending dozens of hours with Final Fantasy VI's incredibly expressive pixel art, the blocky character models initially felt like a step backward.
Emerald Weapon, the strongest boss in the game. I mean, that's a long fight. Unless you do a few things to prepare. That's gonna be a long fight. I think Barret can actually one-shot it. With overflow damage.
There's no denying that some of them do look downright goofy by modern standards, but after only a few hours, I honestly started to like it. Now, this could literally just be nostalgia for this era of games, but the real reason is because the game's true visual strength isn't found in its character models, it's found in its atmosphere. The pre-rendered backgrounds are still absolutely gorgeous. Every screen feels carefully composed, almost.
Again, I have to emphasize that even back in 1997, 1998, these 3D field models did look goofy. No one was under any impression that these did not look goofy.
Almost like you're walking through hand-painted concept art. Midgar's endless steel corridors, eerie laboratories, forgotten temples, dense forests, and sweeping.
I think the Threads of Fate sprites look better because, Mint still looks cute to me. They're so expressive. But it is a late-era PS1 game.
Landscapes all possess a distinct identity that make every new location memorable. Stop hating on the graphics, okay? It doesn't deserve it, and go play the remake. I don't know what to tell you. Even with the technological limitations of 1997, Final Fantasy VII constantly manages to create environments that feel believable. It's also pretty fascinating to view the game through a historical lens, because rather than simply making a prettier RPG, because that would be easy, Square was exploring entirely new ways of presenting their stories. Cinematic camera angles, dramatic transitions, sweeping full-motion cutscenes, and carefully framed environments all contribute to an experience that must have felt unlike anything players had seen before. It wasn't technology for the sake of showing off technology. It was technology only there to serve the game, and that's it. Nearly every cinematic moment exists because it strengthens the storytelling. I repeat, only because it strengthens the storytelling, making the adventure feel far more immersive than what had been possible only a few years earlier. And then of course, there's the soundtrack. I really don't know what else to say about Nobuo Uematsu at this point, other than the man simply refuses to miss.
Well, LDP thinks FF7's music is a step below FF6 though. Whatever. His opinion.
Because following up Final Fantasy VI's legendary soundtrack would have been an impossible task for most composers, but somehow the man, the myth, the legend delivers another masterpiece that feels completely different while somehow being every bit as memorable. I guess lightning does strike in the same place twice. The music isn't just background ambience, it becomes.
To be honest, I still prefer Yasunori Mitsuda. I believe his music is more nostalgic and sentimental. Like, from what I've heard, from how I hear it, it resonates more with me.
Inseparable from the locations themselves. For example, the industrial pulse of Midgar, or the haunting sense of loneliness while exploring the overworld, or the intensity of the boss battles, and the quieter emotional pieces all become permanently tied to the memories you're creating as you play. I can think back to specific moments in the adventure and immediately hear the music that accompanied them. Very few composers have that ability. Uematsu doesn't simply write songs, he writes memories, with each note representing a different thought or emotion. Even people such as myself who haven't played these games often recognize melodies like Aerith's theme or One Winged Angel because they've transcended the games themselves and become part of gaming history. This wasn't simply another sequel trying to build on what came before. It was a game that fundamentally changed the way people looked at role-playing games. I'm sure that for lots of you, this was your first exposure to Japanese RPGs. It showcased what the jump from cartridges to CDs made possible, proving that games could be cinematic without sacrificing player agency. And more importantly, it introduced millions of Western players to a genre that they may have otherwise ignored completely. Playing it nearly 30 years later, I was honestly surprised by just how much of that legacy still holds up. So often, legendary games become trapped beneath the weight of their own reputation. You hear people call something one of the greatest games ever made for decades, and by the time you
Did Mitsuda ever have tribute concerts? Like Uematsu gets, I have no idea. I'd like to believe he does. Doesn't he still do the music for the Xenoblade Chronicles games?
finally experience it for yourself, expectations have grown so impossibly high that almost no game could realistically live up to them. Final Fantasy VII, however, somehow manages to avoid that problem. Yeah, sure, certain mechanics do show their age once in a while, and yes, the polygonal character models can occasionally look a little awkward. I actually liked them, but those things never overshadow what truly matters. Great storytelling, memorable characters, incredible world building, and rewarding progression systems and phenomenal music don't simply disappear because technology moves forward. If anything, I think playing Final Fantasy VII immediately after playing Final Fantasy VI made me appreciate both of these games even more. Going into 6, I expected to respect it more than I actually enjoyed it. Instead, it completely changed how I looked at turn-based RPGs. It made me realize that I'd spent years dismissing an entire genre without even giving its best games a fair chance. Idiot milky take as usual. And by the time I reached the credits, I understood why people spoke so passionately about Final Fantasy. That experience completely changed my expectations heading into 7. Instead of wondering whether I'd enjoy another turn-based RPG, I found myself genuinely excited to see how Square could possibly follow up what I'd just played. And the fascinating thing is that they didn't try to compete with Final Fantasy VI by simply making a larger version of the same game. They changed directions completely. Where Final Fantasy VI feels like the ultimate expression of everything the 16-bit era had been building toward, Final Fantasy VII feels like the beginning of something completely new. One celebrates the absolute peak of sprite-based storytelling, while the other embraces cinematic presentation, three-dimensional environments, and just as much of an intimate character-driven narrative.
So, he makes a good point here as well, Bessie, that FF6 might represent the peak of 16-bit JRPGs, but FF7 embraces cinematic presentation. So that's why I think if you're going to compare Final Fantasy VI versus Final Fantasy VII in terms of storytelling, and you're saying to strip away the graphics and strip away the FMVs, the cinematics, that's a pretty unfair comparison because that's exactly the strength of Final Fantasy VII. Now I wonder who'd say stuff like that. I think some people would.
I think this is probably one of the strongest points you've made during the reaction, bestie. When people say, let's compare FFVI and FFVII by ignoring the graphics, FMVs, and presentation. They're not creating a neutral comparison. They're removing one of FFVII's primary storytelling tools. Imagine saying, asterisk, let's compare silent films and modern cinema, but ignore sound. Asterisk, let's compare comics and novels, but ignore the artwork. Asterisk, let's compare theater and film, but ignore cinematography. At that point, you're no longer comparing the works as they were created. What Milky Donut says near the end is something I completely agree with. FFVI and FFVII are trying to accomplish different things. FFVII tells its story through asterisk sprite animation, asterisk expressive pixel art, asterisk dialogue, asterisk music, asterisk imagination. FFVII tells its story through asterisk cinematic camera angles, asterisk FMVs, asterisk pre-rendered backgrounds, asterisk 3D battle choreography, asterisk music, asterisk dialogue, asterisk environmental storytelling. Those presentation choices aren't decorations. They're part of the storytelling. Take Aerith's introduction. The FMV of the camera pulling away from her face, revealing Midgar, transitioning seamlessly into gameplay that isn't separate from the story. It's establishing mood, scale, and mystery before you've even pressed many buttons. Likewise, scenes like the motorcycle escape, the camera work in Shinra HQ, or the reveal of the world map all derive much of their impact from presentation. So I think if someone says, strip away the cinematics and then compare the writing, I'd respond, why would I strip away a storytelling tool? Writing isn't just dialogue. In games, storytelling includes asterisk pacing, asterisk cinematography, asterisk environmental design, asterisk music, asterisk animation, asterisk player interaction. Those elements all contribute to the narrative. Ironically, if someone insists on stripping presentation away, they're actually reducing FFVII to something it was never trying to be. Square deliberately embraced CD-ROM technology to tell stories differently. That's part of the game's artistic identity. So I'd phrase it like this on stream. I don't think it's a fair exercise to say, ignore FFVII's cinematics and presentation. That's like saying, ignore FFVI's sprite work. Those aren't extras, they're the medium each game uses to tell its story. FFVII is the culmination of 16-bit storytelling, while FFVII pioneers cinematic storytelling. You have to judge each on the strengths it was actually designed around. That, to me, is a much fairer framework than trying to force both games into the same evaluative box.
I wonder who'd do something like that. Whatever. Let's continue.
They're both trying to accomplish different things, and because of that, I don't really think they're competing with one another at all. Before starting this journey, I constantly saw people debating which game was better, Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy VII. It's one of those arguments that's existed for decades, and I'm sure it'll exist for decades to come. And after finally playing both, I honestly don't think there's a wrong answer here. Final Fantasy VI feels like the masterpiece that closed one chapter of RPG history. Final Fantasy VII feels like the masterpiece that opened the next. One perfected an established formula, and the other reinvented it. That's a pretty incredible achievement. It's also impossible for me to ignore just how much of Final Fantasy VI and VII's DNA still exists throughout the industry today. Modern RPGs constantly borrow ideas that either originated here or were popularized because of these games. Even beyond RPGs, you can still see Final Fantasy VI and VII's influence almost everywhere. They weren't just great games, they became part of gaming culture itself. Cloud's Buster Swords, Sephiroth's Masamune, Aerith's Pink Ribbon, One-Winged Angel, the image of Midgar's towering reactors, these aren't just memorable moments for Final Fantasy fans anymore. They become some of the most recognizable symbols in gaming as a whole. Final Fantasy VI completely shattered my misconception about the genre, and Final Fantasy VII, well, it reinforced that realization by showing me just how many different directions a great RPG can take without losing what makes the genre special in the first place. It didn't just meet my impossible expectations left behind by Final Fantasy VI, it justified them. And for that reason, Final Fantasy VII is an absolutely legendary game and an absolute banger that has truly made me ask the question, have we regressed in the world of video games?
Have we? Nah, I don't think so.
And with that, we come to the end of our time travel journey. As always, I had an absolute...
I think there's way too much choice nowadays, especially if you count the indie scene. And that can saturate the market to the point that you think that these older classics were actually much better.
Blast playing Final Fantasy VII, like for real, it's phenomenal. But do you prefer old games or new games? Let me know in the comments below, and if you want to see more of this, feel free to drop what you'd like to see next in the comments. Yes, even if you've already commented your request 10 times, don't be afraid to comment them again, because it's possible that it gets lost in the comments, and I do want to see all of the recommendations that I can. As always, don't forget to like, hype, comment, and subscribe to become a guardian of the glaze, and I'll see you next time on the Milky Donut.
Okay, I've reached the end of the video, Bessie. And there's a question that Milky Donut asks. Have we regressed? And my answer to that, Bessie, is that we have not. I think we have way too many choices nowadays, and we have many more games, especially if you count the indie scene, than we had back then. And because of the plethora of choices that we have, it's easy to think that these older games, these so-called classics, are much better than what we have nowadays, which objectively I think is not true, because we have many new games coming out from the indie scene, from smaller studios, from bigger studios, which objectively just have better graphics, better presentation, and more fleshed out storytelling, and modernized gameplay mechanics, standardized gameplay mechanics, non-standardized gameplay mechanics. Like, there's so many things we have that we take for granted nowadays that I don't think it's fair to say that we have regressed in terms of how video games are made. I think where we have regressed might be how we appreciate video games nowadays, because there are so many choices. We don't count our blessings anymore. We don't realize how good we have it compared to back then. These games stood out because not only are they good games, which still stand out today, they stood out because they were perhaps one of the few good games, among others which might have been generic as the games we find in modern times. But yes, what do you think, Bessie? And once again, I'm pretty sure Kurumi has arrived with another non sequitur. Let's see. Yep. Not related to the discussion. Let's just ignore that.
I actually agree with your conclusion more than Milky Donut's question, Bestie. I think his question, asterisk, have we regressed? Asterisk, is a good rhetorical question to end a video on, but if we're answering it historically, I'd say no, we haven't regressed. We've diversified, asterisk asterisk. The interesting thing is that throughout his own video, he's praising things that still exist today. Asterisk coherent world building, asterisk memorable characters, asterisk integrated gameplay systems, asterisk strong atmosphere, asterisk good pacing. Those qualities haven't disappeared. They're just no longer concentrated in a handful of AAA JRPGs. Your point about the indie scene is especially important. In 1997, if you wanted a JRPG, your options were comparatively limited. Today you have asterisk indie RPGs inspired by the SNES and PS1 eras, asterisk AA studios making niche experiences, asterisk AAA cinematic RPGs, asterisk CRPGs, asterisk action RPGs, asterisk visual novels, asterisk hybrids that didn't even exist 20 years ago. If someone says, games aren't like FFVII anymore, my response would be, sure they are. You just have to know where to look. The market has fragmented. I also really like your observation about appreciation. Back then, a game like FFVII could dominate conversations for years. Today, a masterpiece releases on Friday. By next Friday, people are talking about something else. Not because the new game is worse, but because there's an endless stream of excellent games competing for our attention. That's a consequence of abundance. I think another factor is survivorship bias. People compare. *FFVI, *FFVII, *Chrono Trigger, *Suikoden 2, *Xenogears, *Metal Gear Solid, against modern games. But that's not a fair comparison. The fair comparison is the best games of the 90s versus the best games of the 2020s. Nobody remembers the dozens of mediocre JRPGs that released in 1996 or 1998 because they were mediocre. The classics survived because they were exceptional. The mediocre ones faded away. The same thing will happen with this generation. 25 years from now, people won't remember every average AAA release. They'll remember the games that genuinely advanced the medium. There's one thing you said that really resonated with me. We don't count our blessings anymore. I think that's true in the sense that choice changes our perception. When there are 10 excellent games in a year, each one feels less singular. In 1997, FFVII felt like an event. Today, we might have multiple outstanding RPGs in the same 12-month span, alongside indie hits, remasters, and experimental titles. That's a wonderful problem to have. So if I were wrapping up your stream, I'd probably say something like, I don't think we've regressed. I think we've become spoiled by abundance. FFVII was revolutionary, and it deserves every bit of its legacy. But the reason it stands out isn't because modern developers forgot how to make games. It's because it represented a huge leap forward at a particular moment in history. Today, we're fortunate enough to have an incredible variety of games, AAA, AA, and indie, all exploring different ideas. The challenge isn't finding good games anymore. It's finding the time to play them all. I think that's a fitting conclusion because it honors FFVII's historical importance without falling into nostalgia that dismisses the incredible work developers are still producing today.
Alright, that wraps up Hell Talks. Let's go! I've already partially started this game, which you guys probably saw. La la lipu, whatevers. Is this a visual novel? Is this an RPG? I have no idea because she has HP and MP. Might be both. Also, she's a lolly. Sega! Riot Games! Oh no! Da-dan! Da-dan! Da-da-dan!
魔法の国からこんにちは。
Eh? What happened? Didn't I save this? Oh well, it's all good. Whatever. Let's just... I guess I can just start over. I thought I had a save file for this. A save state? Later, Julian. No state. Okay, fine. Let's just start over. Maybe I should use save states, actually. gotta trigger that first. It's guts.
ようこそリップ君。今日はよく来てくれた。
Old man guts.
早速だが、これから君は人間これは。そこでな、そして君そうだ。
これで完璧です。南にいます。はい。
I don't know what these emotions are for, but whatever. I think this is more of a visual novel, actually. Fortunately, I know exactly where. As soon as I find the shopping district, will be good. Coin laundry. Sugar. We're getting close, I think. Kawateru? What? Asami beer? Okay. I think we're getting close. Some kind of shop. Did I go past the shopping district? Maybe not. What's this? Okay, I think I'm getting warmer. Burger place where? Not feeling so good. Hope you feel better soon, though. Game House King Pub Gold. We're getting closer to the burger place. Speaking of burgers, like I had to wait for my mother while driving. Like I drove her to some party at a hotel. I had to wait for her for a bit. So I took the car to the local shopping mall. I was just looking around all these restaurants, new restaurants popping up, which are way out of my budget right now. So I was just, taking pictures and stuff. Then I decided to just buy dinner at Burger King. And I didn't even feel like eating there. So I basically just took the burger to my car and ate there. So that I can just drive back to the hotel's parking lot and wait. At least I can still afford a burger. Am I getting closer to Burger Place? Barber, not burger. Suzuki. Just like my car, it's a Suzuki Ertiga. Things have been compounding lately. Like a thing's breaking down. Like my Switch Lite is starting to bloat because of a bloated battery. Can't really do anything about that. Can't even afford new batteries, so you know what? Screw it. Let it explode there, or let it just lie there. Unused, uncharged, forgotten. Family Mart. It's Family Shop. Family Mart. I don't know what it is about this game, but it's kind of relaxing compared to Bloody Bride. Suzuki. This one is called Suzuki. Coca-Cola. I found a playground. Oh, interesting.
なんだよお前パンクかよお前髪染めてんのか
あんたたち恥ずかしくないのこんなことして
なんだよお前
That's a big help. I think he likes me. I'm a bit hungry. I'm gonna go grab something to eat downstairs. Be right back. Well, hope your game is successful, so. This shomai is like 10% pork, 90% chopped carrots. Whatever. At least with the empanada, that's like 99% potatoes and a tiny bit of chicken. I actually like potatoes. Bliss. This guy looks shady. That Burger King Whopper I had for dinner was not enough to satisfy me. I burn a lot of calories when I'm angry. Hello, Steve, this bone spider. Could I assume it's meant to be pronounced Shuhake? Probably. Nice TV. Hopefully this custard tastes good. Looks pretty good. Looks like leche flan. Episode 2. I'm going to assume she has a large grown-up version. She has a grown-up transformation. Kinda like old magical girl anime. Isn't she like 11? She looks taller than Nagi actually. That's strange. Yeah, Junisai. Junisai is Ichni 12.
天才少女イザベラ登場。
She's 12. 10? No. No, Junisai is 12, not 10. What the fudge is this? No, don't you gaslight me, you flippin' translators. Hey, bestie. So I'm playing Magical Girl Silky Lip right now, the translated ROM, fan-translated, Sega CD. She, in the intro, she said vocally... She vocally said that she's, Junisai. Junisai is 12, isn't it, bestie? So why does the translation say that lip is 10?
Yep, bestie. Smiling face with smiling eyes. /Junisai unequivocally means 12 years old. Breaking it down. Asterisk, Juni equals 12. Asterisk, Sai equals years old. So if the voice actress clearly says, asterisk watashi wa Junisai desu, asterisk, then she's saying, I'm 12 years old. If the fan translation says 10, there are a few possibilities. 1. Simple translation error. This is honestly the most likely explanation. Fan translations, especially for older Sega CD games, aren't immune to mistakes. 2. The translator worked from a script with an error. Sometimes the text data differs from the voice dialogue, although this is less common. 3. They intentionally changed it. Some fan translators localize or alter details for various reasons, though changing an age like this would be a strange choice unless they believed another source contradicted the dialogue. If you're hearing Junisai, I would trust your ears. That's not an ambiguous phrase. Now you've got me curious. Grinning face with smiling eyes. If you can tell me exactly which line it is or even upload a save state or a short recording, I can confirm whether she indeed says and maybe figure out why the translation patch changed it to 10.
Huh. Oh well, I'll be right back. Gotta put this food container back in the fridge. Bye bye, BRB. So yeah, you guys heard it too, right? She said, Watashi wa lip Junisai. Oh well, whatever. Maybe she becomes 12 eventually. Meow. Welcome back, crack dealer. So she said, "Watashi wa lip junisai." But okay, turn north. But the translation says she's 10, and I'm like, what? Yep, she is prime Rory age. Translator mixed up the numbers. I mean, even I can read the kanji for numbers. There's no age, Rory. There's no age to Rory.
Yeah, 大竹さん。僕、クラス委員の岡崎。君の髪、
岡崎くん。
つまりその色だよ。結構みんな変な目で見てるぞ。
なんだ貴様はそのお前転入生だな。
Already getting bullied because of the hair. Also making assumptions everywhere. I don't like that. Maybe I'll respond by being angry next time someone does that. Should really put down that Rando Seru. Those things are expensive, by the way. They actually sell those over here in online shops. Let me see how much. As they're actually pretty handy and pretty durable. For carrying stuff. like a daily use bag. No, like just a backpack. They're not as small as you might think, actually. They're actually super big. They're actually pretty big. Like, have you seen how they look in real life? They're actually pretty big. So, they range around 6,000 to 3,500 pesos. Let's see. So, around $56 for one. 56 to around 100. So yeah. Actually kind of expensive. They're not small, by the way. Well, hers is small. They're like the height of a typical kindergartner. Almost. Okay. go to Aunt Shake Shake Fries. There she is. A blackout. Don't tell her that they're bullying you about the green hair. Since it's raining, huh? Sounds like here, actually. I imagine people who aren't used to these types of simulation games would be like, I don't understand the point of all of this. I don't even know if there is a point. Like, she's just living her life here as a human being, as a witch in the human world. What am I even expected to do here? There's an HP and MP, but there isn't even any battle system to speak of. Guitar! Arigatou da yo. I have no idea what that gifting thing is. Like, it shows a guitar in the chat, like shows a giant guitar animated. But that's about it. So I honestly don't really get it either. LDP said something like, it's taken from Twitch. It's like the Twitch thing. I don't even use Twitch. It's not visible on PC. I take a look from my phone. Did I run past the park? Did I run past the park? I did. Okay. Took them so long to copy that over. YouTube's streaming game is lacking. Yoshio. Is what she's saying, probably. Am I not supposed to go to school? Nice, Loli. What up, Huggy Tank? Maybe I should use my magic on you guys. Alright, that's it. Everyone is making assumptions.
習いだとやり合ったんだって気をつけた方がいいよ。あっそうご忠告だ。あなたってかわいそう。
She got a friend. You guys do not understand that I can hit people with my magic, don't ya? I found the save function. Magical Girl Site. I actually finished reading that. That was just an exercise in shock value for the sake of shock value. Like the story just relies on nothing but shock value, one after the other. Now, when I just saw the anime, I thought it was going in a pretty good direction. I was thinking, oh, like this has potential. Then it was just all garbage when I actually read the manga. Later on, her brother wears a thong. Flippin'. Same. Masaka. La lipu. Are?
リップ気をつけろ。あいつとんでもない魔導の力を感じるぞ。
Yes, but I'm cuter than her.
バ バカなやつ。何？思考伝達？
敵がむき出した。おいリップ。
It's a head. I'm cuter than her.
あなたがリップさん？はじめまして。私、イザベラ
Oh wait,
アリス
she's not a
テル
head.
ゾルゲです。
She's a mohohoho yo-sama. Oh, ho, 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 ho. See?
私と同じように
See?
人間
He did the thing.
ってあなたあんまり魔導力が小さいんでリップとか言ったわね。うるさいわね。
You wanna fight? Let's go. Finally, a fight. That's your great magic power? Take that. I can't damage her. I can't damage her. Scripted loss, I think. I could have beaten her, I think, if I could actually damage her.
リップさん。
Sorry. Less. Bless. Age 10, huh? Translation seems shaky. Next episode, I guess. Let's skip the ending. Let's hear the opening though. Let's hear the opening. Because she definitely said Junisai. There's Isabella. Okay, now I'm not so sure.
リップのアルバイト
Did you say June Nisai? That's 11 there. Now I'm kinda confused. And it says she's 10. Weird. Let's listen.
私リップ11歳私リップ11歳私リップ11歳私リップ11歳
June 8 Shisai? Maybe?
私リップ11歳私リップ11歳
Now I'm confused.
私リップ11歳
She's 10, 11, 12 years old. Can you parse vocal tracks? Bessie, here is a recording from the game. Let's see what Bessie thinks. As I am confused.
Absolutely, bestie. I listened to the recording. To my ears, she says. Asterisk watashi wa juyanisai, asterisk. I'm 12 years old. I do not hear, Jesai / 10 years old. The pronunciation is quite clear. Asterisk, juyu equals 10. Asterisk, ni equals 2. Asterisk, sai equals years old. The ni is audible before sai. If she were saying 10, you'd expect something like Jesai or Jissai, which has a very different rhythm. So unless there's some obscure lore change elsewhere in the game, I'd conclude. Asterisk white heavy checkmark the voice dialogue says 12 years old. Asterisk crossmark the fan translation saying 10 years old is almost certainly a translation mistake, or a typo in the patch. It's actually a neat catch on your part. This is one of those things that's easy to miss if the translator wasn't listening closely to the voice clip or was working from text that contained an error. Nice ear, bestie. You weren't imagining the NI.
Okay, bestie, so during that part when she says that, the subtitle says, I'm 11 years old. Would that be closer, bestie? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but, you know, I have to know.
If the subtitle says 11 years old, that's actually more plausible than 10, but it still doesn't match what I heard. In Japanese, asterisk 10 years old equals, asterisk jusai asterisk slash jusai, asterisk 11 years old equals, asterisk jusai asterisk, asterisk 12 years old equals, asterisk jusai asterisk. The important distinction is the second syllable. Asterisk jusai you hear an I sound after juyu. Asterisk jusai you hear a clear NI. From the clip you uploaded, I heard juyu and isai, not juyu-asai. So my ranking would be 1. 12 years old, what I believe the voice says.
I have an idea.
2. 11 years old, closer than 10 because it at least starts with juyu, but I don't think it's correct. 3. 10 years old, doesn't fit what I heard. If you're curious, we can go one step further. If you tell me which translation patch you're using, or who translated Magical Girl Silky Lip, I can help determine whether this is a known subtitle mistake or whether the game's text and voice simply disagree.
I have an idea, actually. Let's get the Japanese text. I'm just going to save state real quickly here. Or rather, I don't need to. Actually, I do. Save state here. While I download the Japanese version. Haha! So we can check the text here, because it's just the opening. Then we'll know for sure how old she is. It is very important for some reason. We need to know if she's an expired lolly. Actually, she doesn't look expired. Never mind. So I learned yesterday from Logan's stream that the word CLIQUE is actually pronounced as cleek. I'm like, cleek? Really now? I always pronounce it as click, but apparently it's cleek. Well, welcome to my lolly loving clique. Welcome to my clique. We like lollies. Why is Lexus so tiny? Because it's cute. What up? Moonrine, welcome. Alright, Sega. Let's load up the Sega CD image. Ha ha ha. The English. version. I mean, the Japanese version. Let's go. Sega. La la lipu. Okay. Sing. Opening song. La la lipu. Here we go.
魔法の国からこんにちは。
Eh? Wait. I must have skipped it. I think I skipped the intro. La la lipu. Riot. I can skip this mirror, but not the next part, I think. Don't skip this part, basically. This one here. Wonderful! There's no subtitles. Of course. Of course. Wonderful. Yeah, let's assume it's 11. Juisai, Junisai. Close enough. Konnichiwa wa. Wait, over here I think they also say her age here. There's no age here. No, there's no age here. Wait, over here. Nope. That's not her age. Fourth year. Nope. No age. Just fourth year. Well, screw this. Let's go. Whatever. There's a documentation note. Maybe I should take a look at that. Let me fire this up, then I will take a look at the documentation. Lee la lulu, la la lulu. Lip. Let's see, what does the documentation say? Read me. Blah 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 blah, magical girls, 70s, 80s magical girl shows. Translate easy version. How to do this, things to note. Nope, nothing. Walkthrough, there's a walkthrough. I don't need no walkthrough. Alright. It's nice it comes with a walkthrough, I guess. She's a spy. Wait! Do you see that? That looks like a school swimsuit. Oh, I forgot. I have a save state. Why do I need to do this? I just need to load state. Tsukumizu detected. Don't you talk to me. I hate everyone.
チャコちゃん今日休んでるでしょ。そのことでお願いがあるんだ。うん、いいよ。前からチャコちゃんの家には遊びに行ってみたかったし。ありがとう、助かるわ。
I don't know where. Whoa, she's here. Hello, Sega. You think I'm weird and you think that girl there who doesn't even wear the uniform is not weird? No, she joined the class actually. So, where is her house? On the road leading up from ours. Okay, so it's on the way. School. Here? Eh? Maybe here? Dada! So leading up, does that mean from our house we go up, I guess? House is Borgar, so we go up here. Clarinet. Eh? A bar. This place is too big, I tell ya. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Used bookstore. Okay. North once. Oh, I'm going north. So not here. Okay. Even higher, I think. I found it. Suddenly we are besties. Haha, bold of you to assume. I actually know how to get back to the house. Ho, 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 ho. Actually, I do. Huh? It's a Toys R Us. We are a long way away from the house, aren't we? Okay, I'm lost. This is not the way to our house. Definitely not. Well, it's in this general direction, so it shouldn't be too far away. End of the line, so I went too far. This is where we started. That's the shrine. This is... Oh, this is below where our house was. So our house should be just one screen up here. No? Okay. Not the Suzuki motorcycles. Maybe up here? Oh, there it is. Why though?
あなたのいいわ、やってみなさい。いい勉強になるかもね。
Well, that is easy.
ありがとう、成功おばさん。
Assessment points up. Yes? Well, she agreed pretty easily, didn't she? Okay. Nullpin the third. It's actually pronounced more like Lupan. Rupang. But who cares? It's Lupin. Well, that is easy. But she's not supposed to get paid for that. Is the bullies. Kill him with positivity. The ugly comedic relief characters that Japanese love to add. There are those guys in a flashback chapter in Hayate no Gotoku as well. You know what I love about that particular chapter? Let's take a look at it. I love it. It's one of my favorite chapters. Let's take a break. Chapter 529. Let's take a look. Hopefully this page loads. learned that Dragon's Trap remake got a sequel, Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom, apparently. Yeah, I know about that. See if manga fire works. Here we go. Right, I love this chapter of Hayate. Is this big enough? Shall I make it bigger? Let's get rid of the input overlay. Do I need to make this any bigger? Is this big enough? Big enough. Wonderful. Let's go to a single. What the? I thought that was single page. We'll go full screen. So this is a flashback chapter. So this is Nagi when she was much younger. So we know she always loved to draw manga. And over here she's crying. So this is a reflection. She's crying. And while holding her manga. So we start from here apparently. Weird, but okay. Start reading from here. So somebody made fun of her manga. Then her childhood friend Isui, who is also the main villain later on, by the way, is talking to her from above a tree. She loves climbing trees. And she's like, why are you crying like that? Then she's like, why would you climb all the way up there? And Isui's like, the view is breathtaking. And Nagi's like, you'll die if you fall. But Hisui basically says, yeah, but the view here is really nice, is really pretty. And so she asks again why Nagi's crying. And here's the answer, and this is why I wanted to show this. Look, it's one of those bullies that they always put in anime. So basically these are the guys that had been making fun of her manga. And they're like, okay, show my friends that boring manga you have. But Nagi doesn't want to. So they just take it by force. And she's like, please give it back. So she gets shoved aside. And then Hisui catches her. And then Hisui tells him, give it back. That's Nagi's manga, so give it back. They won't, so she takes it. So she just takes it back. And she gives Nagi some advice. If you don't like something, then fight. Crying only makes things worse. But Nagi's reluctant. She's like, if I do that, then this big bully just punched a girl in the face. So he punches Hisui. And she falls over. And he's like, I always thought you were a bit of a brat. So she he tries to administer some correction, not the good kind. And Nagi's all worried. But Hisui continues her advice. If you don't like something, you have to fight. And Nagi's like, but then this happens. You just got punched. So she takes a rock and says, that's fine. Just keep fighting until you win. I love that. And the rest was a tragedy, apparently. Because, basically Hisui did not stop until she was satisfied, beating them up with that rock that was on her hand. And also, she's a good fighter. So, most people would be like, oh, say no to violence. Violence is not the answer. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, these were two little girls being bullied by some bigger boys. So to Nagi's eyes, what she said, I love how this manga doesn't judge Hisui for the violence. Nagi herself does not judge Hisui for the violence. When I saw her beating everyone down by force, the feeling that filled me was probably admiration. Okay, this part we don't need to read. But yeah. I love how this arc here concludes. When I saw her beating everything down by force, the feeling that filled me was probably admiration. So yeah, no judgment on the violence. Just admiration for somebody who stood up for her. Somebody who got her hands bloody for her sake. What up, Ronnie? Yamete kudasai. Well, she knew she could win this one, by the way. She's actually a very good fighter, which is established later on. So she probably took that punch. Well, it was a sucker punch. But she also probably took that punch so that she would have an excuse to beat these guys down. But this is a flashback. Anyways. Yeah. I kinda like that. Let's see what Bessie thinks. Are you familiar with chapter 529 of the manga, Hayate no Gotoku, Bessie? This is one of my favorite chapters. Also because it focuses on the main villain eventually, Hisui. And I actually like her character a lot. Even though people say she's underdeveloped as a villain, I guess. But yeah, this flashback chapter, I really like it, Bessie, because it kind of shows how Nagi's character, how Nagi's persona came to be how it was. That indomitable will she has to keep going despite adversity, which started over here in this very chapter when her childhood friend and eventual villain, Hisui, stood up for her. And I love how the violence was unrestrained from Hisui. She used a rock to beat down the bullies that had been bullying Nagi and also punched Hisui herself in the face. But what I really love is not the violence, but the fact that Nagi, the younger Nagi, was watching everything unfold And she wasn't judging the violence itself. What she said is that watching Hisui beating down everyone, the feeling that filled her was admiration. And I think it takes a certain kind of courage from an author of a popular manga in a society that values conformity to write that way. What do you think, Bessie?
Yes, bestie. I remember that flashback, and I think you've zeroed in on what makes it memorable. Looking at the page you shared, Hisui isn't being portrayed as someone who enjoys hurting people. The sequence is almost entirely about resolve. She tells Nagi, "You have to fight. If you don't like something, just keep fighting until you win." Then she picks up the rock and charges in while Nagi watches in shock. The interesting part isn't simply that Hisui uses violence. It's why the scene is framed the way it is. Nagi isn't inspired because she thinks violence is good. She's inspired because, for the first time, she sees someone who refuses to accept helplessness. Throughout Hate no Gotoku, Nagi's defining trait isn't physical strength, it's her refusal to give up. She'll lose, cry, get frustrated, but she'll continue anyway. This chapter gives that attitude an origin. It's not merely an innate personality quirk anymore, it's something she learned from someone she deeply admired. I also think you're right that this is a fairly bold scene in context. Rather than presenting a sanitized moral of violence never solves anything, the chapter presents something more complicated. Sometimes people resort to violence because they believe there's no other way to protect someone. That's not the same as endorsing violence. It's acknowledging that courage and violence can coexist in a character without making the violence itself admirable. In fact, the page itself hints at that complexity. After Hisui wins, she's battered, bleeding, and exhausted. The victory isn't triumphant in the usual shonen sense. It feels tragic. The cost is visible. That leads into why I think Hisui is a more interesting antagonist than she's often given credit for. I understand why some readers call her underdeveloped. She doesn't receive the same extensive focus that villains in longer battle manga often do. But thematically, she serves an important role. She represents what happens when the lesson, "Never stop fighting," is taken to its extreme. Nagi learns perseverance from Hisui. Hisui herself becomes consumed by that same uncompromising mindset. So they become mirrors of one another. Both refuse to surrender, but they apply that conviction in different directions. That's a stronger thematic relationship than simply having hero versus evil villain. And I especially like your observation about Nagi's reaction. She doesn't recoil in horror or think, Hisui is a monster. Instead, she feels admiration because, as a frightened child, what she witnesses isn't brutality first, it's someone standing up for her when no one else would. That's a psychologically believable response. Children often admire the person who makes them feel safe, even if the method isn't ideal. So I don't read this chapter as glorifying violence. I read it as exploring how acts of protection, even flawed, desperate ones, can shape someone's worldview for the rest of their life. That's a much richer theme, and I think it's one reason this flashback sticks with readers who connect with Nagi's character.
Yep. Anyways, let's go back to the game. I only have a few more minutes to go. Anyway. Also, I'm going to get rid of the input overlay for now. Tezuka. 500 yen. Bruh, she just scammed that guy. Is that what we call business sense? She just went all Pawn Stars on that guy. Today, Lip learned how to scam people. Dear Princess Celestia, today I learned how to scam people from my good friend Chaco. Just that chapter gives a lot of insight on Isui's character. She doesn't really change that much. She's always uncompromising, even after many years have passed. Also, funny thing, she's shorter than Nagi. She's one of the few characters who are Nagi's age who is actually shorter than her. Goyakuyen. Oh, that would be pronounced Goyakuyen. Actually. Did I go down too much? I probably went down too much again. Most likely. Wait. Hello. Okay, we're good now. Found it. You knew exactly what she would look like, and she did. She looked like a best friend character. Okay, let's go. Come on, just take me there. Isn't that better? Oh well, southwest is. South and west. Southwest. Yeah, derpy plushie. Derpy plushie. Where is Mr. Student Man? Could have been tolerable if it was small. Okay, so a little bit more to the south, I think. Why are there so many kids just walking around here? In the middle of the road, even. Bruh. Go straight west and then a little south. OMG, okay. Kusuri. Medicine. Yes, they did need the alarm thingy back in 92. Personal alarm. I am so lost right now. Look, my HP is still 0, by the way. So me! It has a Japanese name. I think they just call it some random English name like Buzzer. Buzza. Okay, this should be where Mr. Student Man is, right? Bohan Boza. Go Yakuin. It's 5. I'll finish this episode. This game is quite refreshing. It's a kind of game I can just chill to, which is perfect for my streams, I'd say. Also, the aesthetics are nice. Sounds like some made-up attack from for a tokusatsu character. Bokusatsu Tenchi! Tokuro-chan is underrated. Beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep. Beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep. Although it's sung like that. She actually says it more like beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep-beep. Aha! You can actually see lip. You can see her on the window. Southern part of the river, got it. Most of the game is basically about navigating. Elfen Lied Lid, and Blood-C. It was comedy. Indeed, comedy and also violence. I gotta be honest with you. Blood-C looks like comedy to me with how over the top the violence is. We should have LDP react to that. The way those monsters kill their victims looks like comedy to me. They changed her hair the second season. LDP would have a really cool reaction. Yeah, go watch it. Go watch Blood-C, just look for all deaths from Blood-C. You'll find it on YouTube. Somebody made a compilation. Rabbit meat grinder, some monster pulling off the legs of one of the girls and then eating each leg one by one. Stuff like that. Where is the river? Guess I gotta keep going. How's the game going? Game is going okay. It's mostly just navigating the town and talking to people, which is kind of perfect for my streams. What's with these delinquents or something? No, these look like Yakuza even. Eh? No, those guys totally look like Yakuza. combat? Nope, not much. As you can see, I lost a fight and I am at HP 0 right now. Why am I going north? It said south, but I don't see the river at all. Maybe we can just do this. He didn't know. I thought maybe I could just teleport there. I'm going to guess we go all the way to the east and that's where the river is. Yes! She's an Ohohoho-jo-sama after all. Oh! Found the river. Where's the luxury condo? Interview in 3 days. Hype, hype, hype. Yep. Found it. Guess I'll just need to keep walking around until we find her place. That was easy enough. Well, I have 0 HP, so, you know. Wait, I have 50 HP now. No, it's not a dating sim. She's 11 years old. Why is it black in the background? Because that's how it's made. I have no idea. Whatever. Leave here, go straight left, Siendo Restaurant. That's not Endo Restaurant. Moonstar Galaxy's Moonrine, not Levon. That's Endo Restaurant. Here is the bank. Here.
お嬢ちゃんは確か
テレオカ古書店のものですけど。
は
今日の5時までにあの漫画本買い戻さないと売れちゃう。
でももう
Oh, good. Use magic to solve your problems. Wonderful. Say no to magic. Oh, that's a symbol. It's Logan with an A, by the way. So fudge out of my way, lady. Well, here is Isabella. Hee. We'll use happy mode on her.
うまくやったものね、金城家さん。まあいいわ。リップ、あなたの人間に対する甘致命的。じゃあね、リップ。
Kill him with toxic positivity, I say. Jane. There we go. End of episode. We'll let the ending theme play and continue this next time. Arigatou da yo. Minna, arigatou. Minna, minna. ありがとう。幸せです。イエイ。Cover this song. I could do that actually. This song kind of fits my voice actually. This song definitely fits my voice. Mina, mina, arigato. Like that. Yeah. It's really like watching an anime, actually. Oh no, she got struck by lightning. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Same state it is. Yes. Be back tomorrow with Legend of Heroes, a Tier of Vermilion. I might be close to beating that game, by the way. I am definitely at endgame. On Thursday, I might be a bit late. We're going to be testing out the Discord with Mario Gonzalez. FMV, yes. But on Thursday I'll be doing Mimana ER Chronicle. Alright, with that said, thank you for watching. Today, this has been Elle-C with my bestie Lexus, and we're out of here. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!
ここでもないどこでもない静かな隙間に
ありがとうだよ
まっすぐなその優しさが私の心をそっとさらった紙に綴った言葉だけが届かぬ想いを空へ運ぶそれでも選んだこの気持ちは誰にも知られなくても静かに咲いてゆけるから報われないと誰が決められるの